Ya ooh my da. What's goody to the guys and the goddesses and what's popping to the people. We still getting everything together. We some first timers. Last time the radio station did this for me, so really I completely forgot that I was doing it on my own. So y'all just give us a second. I'm pulling the brother up and we're gonna get ready to lock and load. So now you say you didn't get the link, brother? Hold on. I sent it.
No, I haven't gotten it.
I sent it.
Let me see. All right, let me check it. No, I ain't got it there.
Okay, so
my email, no.
All right.
You can send it to maybe straight to the Instagram, possibly.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me go to my sent. Y'all gotta give us a minute. It says Ronald Dent's yeah. At Gmail, link StreamYard. Refresh yours maybe or something because it says I sent it. I can send it again, I'm sure.
At Gmail. Okay. Let me check. I'm about to have to open my side of the show up too because we got some people coming in.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't see nothing on the email. Let me open my side of the show up real quick.
All right, I can send it again. Y'all see we give me a second, man. No. Damn it. All right, I'm sending it again. Your message has been sent. I just sent it again. All right. Now let me get my. See, I'm finna remove this so my face don't be looking all crazy. Unless, I mean, worst case, I don't know.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm finna take this fuzz out, y'all. Let me remove the fuzz, man. This was a little bit better, though. No, all right. So we're gonna take all that out, and we just gonna green screen it. Now, there we go. Now I can see the peoples. Yeah, we on YouTube. We here. We just I sent the brother the link. We waiting on him to get the link. I got my PowerPoint locked and loaded. You know, we just got to get everything where it need to be. Where's
I never got the link yet.
So now, I mean, now I don't know what I don't know what to do about that, brother. I just sent it twice. I can't. The only other thing is, damn. I mean, it just says when you
said in the email.
Look, bro. Look, you see that? That's right?
Yeah.
You
see?
You,
hold on.
You see?
I can't see it.
Huh?
Let's see. I can't see it. That's so small. I can't even see that.
It's right down your screen, bro.
Bro, it's so blurry, bro. If you were seeing what I'm seeing, you would see that you can't see what you're seeing with your eyes.
I can see you clear as hell. I can see me clear.
Fantastic.
I can see me clear. I can see you clear.
Fantastic, bro. You looking like a bro.
Man, I'm looking dead at my face. I look clear as fuck. I'm looking dead at my face. I look clear as fuck. It says, right? I mean,
well,
it says,
and you're not coming in on my end, but that's irrelevant. I'm just trying to get this.
It says sent twice. Link StreamYard, RONNALDDENTS, right?
Yeah.
At Gmail.
RONNALDDENTS 00.
Yeah.
00. That's it.
All right. I'm finna try. I'm finna try it again. Compose to.
That's all right. We gonna work it out.
RONNALDDENTS. Yeah, that's your shit. Try to blame it on me. Relevance at
camera tripping. Hold on, let me work on
Gmail.
Tell them that we having technical difficulties.
Man, I mean, you know, they don't work with black folk before. Subject, link. Okay, y'all, I'm coming, I promise. So now we're gonna paste again, and I'm gonna shoot it to you. Bow. Now
I can add you if I gotta figure out how to add you, but
now I just shot it to you again. If this don't work, we're gonna have to just take it to Clubhouse.
Another way to do it. Okay, here we go.
You got it? Okay.
Okay, here we go. All right. I'm about to end this and restart this.
And then
I'm about to create.
And then whenever.
Yeah.
And I wanna then we can get off of here once you get on here, and then I can open up Clubhouse and we can really cook.
All right. All right, we get in there.
All right, y'all. So, past that point, it's going only on Facebook currently. I don't know why. On mine it say check for YouTube and Facebook, so I should be live on both of them. I should be live on YouTube and Facebook, and we're gonna open up Clubhouse shortly, and get it popping. So now, we got no mod. We gonna have all that cooking. You said I'm not on Facebook. I mean on YouTube. That's crazy. Somebody lying then, because I set the I preset this for Facebook and YouTube, and at the top of my thing, it's got both of them checked. So unless YouTube hating, I'm supposed to be live on both. But we're gonna really get. You said what, brother? Now something just said he. Okay, Goddess Ross said we on YouTube too.
Okay.
All right, now how do I get you in the studio with me, brother? Okay.
Everybody come in the room. Welcome. Check my sound.
All right, y'all give me a second too. I I gotta.
Clear, if you can hear me loud and clear.
I gotta find my mic. Y'all give me a second.
Live in the building.
Where P at? Where P at, man? Where
All right, we about to link in with our board of general. We about to do this debate. Was there a historical resurrection of Jesus Christ? That's the topic that we talking about. Getting y'all in here. Okay, we got people coming in on YouTube. Welcome YouTube. Welcome Instagram. We live.
Alright,
Okay, y'all, welcome in. Everybody coming in.
my fault over here on stream, y'all.
Welcome to the show.
I'm
The
trying to.
question is, was there a historical resurrection of Jesus Christ? Y'all let me know if y'all getting my sound in. But if I'm not coming into the sound, keep me posted on that. And we're live. We got our homie the general. He's waiting over there with his people.
Yeah.
And we about to link up with them right now. We about to get right into it. We're not about to wait at all. Okay.
So you know how to
Okay, so here we go. We got that. Okay, we got this link that you sent me. Boom. I'm gonna go on the phone on that computer.
and it should I should get a thing and then just be able to bring you right up. And then after that, where's see, I do.
Oh, there we go. Right there.
You got it? Is it working? We apologize, y'all. This
Oh, so this is a different one.
this what?
Already live.
You said what?
So let me see. Just 1 second, y'all. We just figuring out how to get linked into the room.
Invite.
So
Hold on. Send this link. Yeah. See. Share. Yeah. See. Only thing I can.
So I'm live right now. That's the only thing.
I mean, like, the only thing I can do is send you the link, bro. That's.
Okay, let's see. How are we gonna do this? I'm on StreamYard. I'm live. You on StreamYard?
Y'all should be on. Yeah, I know. I know. That's. You should have just came here and brought everybody, told all your people to come here, bro. Because trying to do it through two different ones, that ain't.
Well, we just didn't discuss it. It's all good. We didn't discuss. Neither one of we didn't discuss how to do it. So we all had our own thing that we was taking.
That's
we
cool.
don't do so. Okay.
So
The
coin toss. After all this, you can go first. See, people gonna leave. Damn. This is
Okay, let's see, man.
I just tell your people where we at and come on over. That's all we gotta do. That's it, bro.
Why y'all can't come on that side?
Are you kidding me, bro? I'm hosting a debate. This is, I mean, what do you?
It's all good. It's all good. Okay, I see you got it all set up. Okay. All right. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have them move over here. So I need to get that link, and I need to send that link.
You need to just open up.
Post it in the description or something.
You said what?
I need to post that link in the description or something. That's what I need to do. Okay, this is my first time even being up on it. Right now.
And then bring everybody over here.
It's in the description.
And
That's what I'm gonna do.
we can get this party started. Now, what we can do too is
Okay, I see what's going on. Okay, I'm gonna get a link from here.
Y'all go tell y'all auntie now that it's a real good Saturday night service on, and they should check it out. Now by the time they get here, they stuck. But go tell auntie what we doing, and then tell them some people gonna be reading scripture and everything. Tell them it's gonna be a lot of the word on Saturday night. You know, you don't get the word on Saturday night too often. Tell them it's gonna be a lot of the word on Saturday night.
Okay.
And stuff. So we're gonna have to. Clubhouse ain't even open, man. That's where all the people gonna be at. We should just went to Clubhouse. I just want people. We could have just did that. You want to just go to Clubhouse? It'll be a lot easier. I could keep this open, but I mean, like, it'll be a lot easier than what we're doing right now.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, I could go on Clubhouse and then we could go beyond it.
Yeah, and everybody could pile in Clubhouse.
And then everything could keep going.
And then we wouldn't even, and then we could just get to it. I'm going to keep this open. Yeah, I'm going to keep
mine open too. That's the easiest way.
Yeah, that way your people can still see your presentation. You can still see mine. Because I got people leaving and pissed off.
Yeah, same.
All right, so let's just go to Clubhouse, bro. I meet you in my room at Clubhouse.
All right, cool.
All right, bro. So we keeping the visual. I'm keeping this open, y'all. I'm keeping this open, but this is just so we can both get in the same space because he don't know how to make it work. Because, yeah, this is just so we can get to it because it's taking too long, man. And then it'll probably be a lot harder to hear him on Clubhouse. At this point, it ain't a whole lot we can do. How do I? Because we got to get to it. We can't just keep sitting. It's gonna. I mean, we bang on Clubhouse all the time, and it'll work out. And I'm gonna keep the visual here. I got my whole PowerPoint right here, so everybody here gonna see everything. You still gonna get to see everything, but this is just so we can speed up the process. Can you open up a room, Queen? Because I clearly don't know what I'm doing. Tomorrow ain't gonna work out probably. That's what we finna do, y'all. So we can still, and then we can still flip the coin and do all that good shit and get to it. We live on Facebook. We live on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, we're going to make it work. Right now, we don't got no choice. It's either, right now, we don't have no choice. He can't get it together, and it's steady taking too long, so we just got to make it work. I just don't want to keep wasting time. We supposed to be into the first round by now, heavy. And I got some stuff I'm trying to get off my chest. The next event is right now. See, that's what I don't know how to do. All right. Yeah. And then, so whoever don't, because I feel like it's gonna be, to be honest with you, we missing the whole crowd because I feel like it's a fair amount of people on Clubhouse. Probably, like, it's gonna be a lot of people on Clubhouse, I think. So we're gonna rock and get it organized. Now, what we'll do is, and I explain it again on Clubhouse, but so for everybody here, it'll be 3 rounds, and we're gonna flip a coin, and then okay. Okay, there we go. See, people coming to Clubhouse already. Okay, peace. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep the what's up, yokes? We're gonna keep everybody on Clubhouse, we're gonna keep everybody down low while the debate is up. It's only gonna be the moderator and the debaters up top, and everybody else will be down low just listening. When we done, then we'll bring everybody up top, and then y'all can engage with us, ask questions, and give us your thoughts. But we just keep it like that. That way, can't nobody interrupt the debate, and the debaters don't get distracted. So that's how we're gonna do it. And then we can send out. But I'm telling y'all, for everybody that's on Facebook, you ain't gotta leave because you still gonna get the visual. Like I said, I got my I got 7 rounds. I got a 7-round PowerPoint loaded and ready to go. So trust me, y'all gonna get plenty visuals over here. But we can send this out too, because I feel like a lot of people wanted to come rock with the debate. And so here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
You have some type of tapping interference happening. I don't know what that is.
Me just sending out all these things. Here I come. All right, so now we sent out the invites, and we're gonna get this thing popping. If for whoever didn't survive it, the good thing about it is it's on record. You can't get away from it. It's gonna happen, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good one. Now, if the brother was we did well, I don't know how we could have possibly. Okay, there he go right there. So we'll bring him up. All right, so now we got him on Clubhouse, and now you come up top, bro, and we're gonna leave everybody else down low.
He came and left.
Holy mother. Ain't that what they be saying? Holy mother. If we're gonna fight, let's fight, man. We done lost all the people. See, this is what I don't like. Now I'm really finna fuck him up. Now he done pissed me off. Now I'm really finna fuck him up. What are we doing, bro? Like, if you got everything right in front of you, how long do it take to come to Clubhouse? Like, oh my God, man. So, I don't know, but I'm ready. And I'm trying, I promise y'all, I got some heat. But y'all, you got to really pay attention, because here's the thing. This gonna get technical. Oh, now he here. Now he here. Now he's here. There we go. All right, so we got him on YouTube now. All right, so now there you go.
Let's see. There's not the best way I would have wanted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey. How y'all doing, man? Apologize for these technical difficulties. First time doing this. This isn't the way that I would have liked to be able to do it, but at least this way we can see everybody's faces. And I want people to be able to see the presentation. Let me see. I want to send this link.
Now, so now we got
what's good, man? I'm trying to send this link out that you. Let me see.
Now the link that I sent you, that's only for me and you up here. You got to just tell people where we at.
Okay.
Just send them like the actual YouTube link.
I see.
But then at least we got you here, and now
Yep.
we can get it how it's supposed to be. And y'all share the live, man, and we can
okay, I'll go to your page. Okay, you live here.
well, at least we got it cooking now. So now we're gonna flip a coin. I mean, really, you the guest. You can definitely kick it off if you would like, brother. I don't know. I mean, we don't really got to pay attention to it, Queen, but I don't know if we should close it, because I think some people might come through. If not, then you heard what I said, though, brother? Oh, he done muted this. He didn't mute it. Okay, yeah. Hello?
Yeah, talking about kicking it off.
Yeah.
Or
hold on a second. Yeah, what's up, God? Where you at, man? You said what?
okay.
It really
Okay.
it might not even be. We might have to just I mean, we on YouTube. Just slide on us, God. Don't worry about it. You just slide up here. We'll figure it out. Cause I don't know. You say what? Cause we on StreamYard. I don't know if you got that. All right. Yeah. You say what now, brother?
I didn't say anything. I was saying you were asking who wanted to, how we gonna start? We're gonna flip a coin.
We can flip a coin, or I said you the guest. You can kick it off if you would like.
I'm not sure that I'd rather go first. We We can flip the coin. I'm gonna guess I'd rather go second.
You said you'd rather go second?
Well, let me see. I'll kick it off. It doesn't really matter. Sure, that doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm just getting this. I'm just getting us on Instagram. That's all that is.
All right. Well, y'all heard the brother. He said he will kick it off. Now,
all right. Copy the stream key.
What I'm going to do is I wonder. Let me see.
You can just take over on your show, brother. While
Y'all
you
see that?
doing
Y'all see that? Neither mind. I know, but
here we go. All right.
Hey, Pete, you don't got StreamYard?
Got it. Here we go. Okay, we back. Awesome.
All right, hold on for a second.
All right, I'm back live. Finally.
You ready to do it? We trying. Okay.
Yeah, let's kick this thing off. Let's just get it. We have our moderator.
Yeah, we late. I'm just trying to get him in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm finna. Yeah, I'm finna send you the. I'm finna email you the link, P, and then you can come right where we at. All right, so I'm getting the. I'm about to send the link to. I'm sending it to him. I'm about to send it to you right now. Actually,
let all my people on Instagram know if you can hear me loud and clear. You did. We trying something very new. Where we bouncing so many platforms right now.
Okay, but I just sent it to you, P. So the mod is on the way. Y'all give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. I ain't gonna see. Hey, let's get it, bro. Hey, I see y'all in the chat. Where y'all tuning in from, chat? Appreciate y'all being patient with these delays, man. A lot of miscommunication on the back. This is the first time doing it, but we just keeping it pushing, making sure we get something to happen for y'all. All right, y'all.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna get it, man. This is you know, there go P right there. Okay, so see, last time I didn't do all this, so I didn't realize it was gonna take this damn long. So that's on me. Now we got P. So now P, all we need from you is to set your timer for 2 minutes. So the first thing, so let me lay down the format. We will do, we'll both have a 2-minute intro to kind of let you know the premise of our argument. This brother has agreed to go first. He's the guest on the show. So he'll have the initial 2-minute argument, then I'll do 2 minutes. Then he'll do his opening round. I'll do my opening round. Each round is 10 minutes. After your 10 minutes, you get a 2-minute rebuttal. After everybody's 10 minutes, each person will get a chance to have a 2-minute rebuttal. And then at the end, we both will get a 5-minute closing. After that, then it'll be time to engage and, answer questions, have dialogue, do whatever y'all want to do. So my brother P. Swagger will be running the clock for us. So we just need to be able to see you start the clock, bruh, and so that he know the time is genuine. Then once the clock start, we can kick it off. So now,
okay, 1 second. Let me get my clock. Get my clock. I'm gonna get on the camera in a minute, but I'm gonna do this. Clock. Okay. Timer. And 2 minutes, right?
yeah.
So we gonna start when you want me. You want me to just say when I started?
He need to see it though, just so he knows it's genuine.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I got something in the back that I'm gonna make sure I can present my slides.
So I'm on my phone. I don't know how I can show my timer on my phone too, but I'm gonna try to see if I can screen share. But let me see.
Do you, hey brother Ronnie? Do you have a timer over there on your end so you can synchronize? Because that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, we have one running over here.
I'm gonna be matching my time. You know what I mean? Every time he say start, I'm gonna start mine. So that's another way you can keep up with it on your end.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
because I don't have no timer outside of my phone.
Yeah, because if he's using his phone, so just set yours at 2 minutes, and when he say start, then everybody hit the button, and then we gonna hear the timer go off.
Okay. Yeah. And y'all can check y'all time. We probably should be right on time.
Okay.
So.
Now, are you gonna be able to put my screen up when it's time for me to
put your screen up? Yeah, we all gonna leave, and it's gonna be all you. When it's your turn, I'm gonna get out the way.
Yeah.
So, but for the yeah, I mean, we can do that for the 2-minute intro too. I mean,
yeah, we have a bunch of changes, but it's all right. We're gonna rock with it. We're gonna make it work.
Whenever you say you say you ready, we'll fall back.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start.
All right. Can y'all see is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Are y'all seeing me? Hold on, let's pause the time. I want to make sure that y'all can see what I got going. Can y'all see me? Or are y'all seeing it? Can I present on here? Let's see. All right, y'all, restart this time because I'm not getting able to share nothing. Hello. Can y'all hear me? I'm not even in this chat right now. What is going on? Hello? I'm not seeing anything on here. What the heck? Okay. Something going wrong for real. Hello. I'm not able to put. Let's see. This is crazy. All right, now it's working. Hello, can y'all hear me? Can we restart this time? Hello. All right, we having some technical difficulties. I can't get in touch. We're gonna need to restart this time. Yo. All right, we're gonna have to. What's going on? This is crazy. All right, y'all. If y'all can hear me on my other side, we can't hear nothing. I can't hear nothing on. Let's see. Okay. We having more technical difficulties on this side because I'm in their show, but I can't view anything. Hold on, you guys. Over on this side. Let me pause, y'all. It's crazy. This is crazy. Here we go. All right. All right, cool. So we gonna do 2 minutes. Okay, man. Apologize for that. Trying to get all of this stuff together. Originally, I thought that we had 5 minutes on this intro, but 2 is all it's gonna be, I guess. So improvising, I'll say, what is the reason why we're even having this debate? Why is this important? Well, I'll be the first to say that if the historic resurrection did not happen, then Christianity is false. Full stop. And so anybody who's believing in it, is they are deceived in that sense. But on the other hand, if the resurrection did happen, then Christianity is by default true. And so we have to examine our presuppositions before we can even begin to answer this type of question. That question being, was there really a historical resurrection of Jesus Christ? We have to move past a lot of presuppositions, different reasons why, whether we think that we can even answer history. So for these two questions, I'll say, what good reasons do we have to believe in the historical resurrection? And what good reasons do we have to doubt the historical resurrection? I'll define the terms. By historical, I mean that which can be verified using a collection of techniques and guidelines historians use when examining documents from antiquity. Some of these techniques include, but are not limited to, internal consistency, literary style, archaeological evidence, and manuscript evidence. Resurrection, the claims made by these independent primary eyewitness accounts, the New Testament letters from Paul's creeds, enemy attestation that Jesus, after being crucified, appeared after the third day, resurrected physically to individuals who saw him physically risen from the dead. For Jesus Christ, I mean the historical figure depicted in the primary source documents that historians and archaeologists use alike to determine information about that time. For the sake of this argument, I'm not talking about images of Jesus Christ or the way that he's portrayed in any other way except for these source documents, the Gospels. Now, I want to start with 4 historical facts. These are facts that nobody denies, even atheist scholars, Christian scholars. No scholar denies any of these facts. So these are the facts that we can build from. 1, that Jesus Christ was crucified in the 1st century under Roman prefect Pontius Pilate. 2, on separate occasions, different individuals and groups saw appearances of Jesus alive after his death. Jesus' tomb was found empty by a group of his women followers, and the original disciples came to believe that they saw Jesus Christ risen from the dead after these events. One of the most certain facts of history is that Jesus was crucified on orders of the Roman prefect Pontius Pilate. This is Bart D. Ehrman. This is an atheist New Testament scholar willing to admit the bare minimum facts that we know that Jesus was a historical person crucified. Jesus' death as a consequence of crucifixion is indisputable. Gerd Luderman, another atheist scholar. The single most solid fact about Jesus' life is his death, that he was executed by Roman prefect Pontius Pilate on or around Passover. And it's this piece of information that I believe that we have to consider when we're talking about that. Now, I sketched out the positive case. I will leave it up to the general to sketch the case for the opposite of what it would be. And I would see that unless the general can tear down these 4 established historical facts and in their place build something else, then the resurrection is the most plausible explanation for the rise of Christianity, everything that followed, such forth and so on. And I'm gonna stop right there. I can't hear if I'm on my time, but I think I'll stop right there.
All right, cool. Dope intro. Nice pretty pictures. So that was dope. There's the mod right there. So now did you say you wanted to do 5 minutes for the opening? Is that what you said, brother?
Yeah, it was 5 minutes what we heard initially.
That's fine. That's on me. So we're gonna put it at 5 minutes, and then I will we'll say the rebuttals for later, but I will deal with my opening. I probably won't take 5 minutes, but whenever you ready, P.
Okay.
Just
So
let me know. And then,
So what do you want me to set it at?
You can set it at 5. I'm just saying I probably
Okay.
won't take 5.
Okay.
Okay. In my intro.
Okay.
I was under the I forgot I said 5, so I was under the impression it was 2, but that's fine. So we're gonna take you, Brother Ronnie, and then where you?
Okay.
All right, now P, you just tell me when the timer go, and then I'll kick it off.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Okay, so what I'm here to the whole premise of my argument is that what you're dealing with is astrotheology and politics. So basically what I'm saying is I'm going to prove that they mixed astrology with what they're calling modern day forms of religion, but really the roots of this all stem from paganism, what we would call paganism. So I'm going to prove to you that this is paganism mixed with astrology, and this is a political move by the Roman establishment. So I'm going to show you in a lot of different ways how this was a way that Rome established itself moving into the modern era. So what they did was basically use military structure and hide the military structure behind the Pope and Roman Catholicism. So what we're going to show you is that Rome never ceased to exist. The fall of Rome never happened. I'm going to show you all of the key players and who's behind this whole Jesus thing. And I'm going to point it out in a lot of different aspects and show you that all really behind the core, everything that you're looking at, when you're looking at Christianity, Roman Catholicism, Jesus Christ, and all that, you are looking at politics. And also, I'm going to address everybody that he said in that first round. Pontius Pilate, you're going to wish you hadn't said that. We're going to deal with Pontius Pilate. And once I say what I have to say about Pontius Pilate, I'm going to see if you're going to still support his claims. There are a lot of, what we have to do is dig into the history past what we want to hear. And I'm going to show you that a lot of these eyewitness testimonies and first account claims, hoopla. It didn't happen, and we're going to show that it didn't happen. And we're going to show you that first and foremost, we have to have a huge issue with the Gospels when you have 4 Gospels written by 4 guys that we don't know at random time periods. So we're going to break it all down and show you all how this was a heavy political move from Rome. And that's it. That's my time.
We had 2 minutes left, but so you took about almost 3 minutes.
No, we good because like okay. I said, I had I forgot I told him 5, so my whole argument was under the 2-minute guys. So that's okay. Cool. What we're gonna do is get off the stage, give it back to the brother, and then when you tell him go, he got 10 minutes to bring his first argument. And then after that, I'll have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Okay. So let me start this clock. Right. Okay. And so you ready?
Let me make sure I can present again. Let me see. I want to do that before this time. There we go. And we're going to do that. Boom. And here we go. And we're going to get back here. All right. Can y'all? Oh, dang. No, that's not. Okay. All right. Whenever y'all are ready.
Okay, so you got everything together. You can hear us out there, right? I mean, you can hear and everything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, my man. All right, let
Yes,
me
sir.
okay, we're gonna put this 10 minutes up. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Okay. For the beginning of that, to rebuttal that what my opponent was already speaking of, the claim, the idea that Rome and the Council of Nicaea was what created Christianity is actually quite absurd, and no one would accept this field of scholarship, and it doesn't deal with the actual New Testament Gospels, the documents themselves, and they are where they are how we receive them in any kind of way. So let's see, can I share this? Okay, there we go. This is so tough, y'all, to get this, doing this the first time. Okay, here we go. Okay, can y'all see my screen? Let me know what y'all can see. Let me see. Are y'all seeing my screen? Trying to share. All right, here we go. Got the screen popping. All right, cool. All right. When we talk about the New Testament Gospels, the issue is that we have over, the question is, how do we know that what we have is even reliable in the first place? That would be the immediate thing. And how do you pursue truth? Can historical documents even be verified? People sometimes say that the Bible was rewritten at the Council of Nicaea. People say things like this is common knowledge, but this type of information comes from a popular fiction novel called Da Vinci Code. Yes, unfortunately, right now we are gathering our history from these fictional places. When we're dealing with the New Testament Gospels, we have over 5,600 manuscripts or pieces of manuscript, all agreeing to an infinitesimal degree that what we have is what the New Testament authors wrote. Why is this necessary? Because in order to deal with a document, and whether it's historical or not, you have to use a set of historical principles to determine the reliability of the document. And as we can see, the New Testament Gospels are dwarfing any other of these documents when it comes down to the reliability. You see 24,000 manuscripts to the Iliad. And the more important thing that we need to know is, how do we know that it's reliable? The New Testament Gospels are being autographed. We're having the written autographs, the first ones being somewhere around, we're looking at 40 years after the death of Christ. We have Jesus Christ's death at 30. We have we have Corinthians coming down very shortly after that. We have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John coming. John being the latest at 50 years after the death of after the events. And First Corinthians, even before that, we have eyewitness. We have these accounts that are coming only months after the resurrection. So this is multiply attested. And we have let's see, we have early testimony from, let's see, dang, I'm not even able to get my notes on here. Well, let me see. It's clear that we are being, when we're dealing with this, the idea that this is all the way in Rome is it's just fanciful that we're moving all the way to Rome. We have we have these type of, and the idea that this is mythologized is just crazy. In Luke 3, For instance, when we're trying to determine whether we have historical narrative or whether we're dealing with something like fiction or a myth. You look at Luke 3, we have in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, when Pontius Pilate was governor of Judea, Herod tetrarch of Galilee, his brother Philip tetrarch of Iturea and Trachonitis, and Lysanias tetrarch of Albany during the high priesthood of Annas and Caiaphas. The word of God came to the son of Zechariah in the desert. What is this? Is this written in mythology, or is this written in historical narrative? This is clearly written in historical narrative. When you look at it, it's quite obvious. When we're dealing with the transmission of the text, it's also multiply attested that the Gospels are quite reliable. New Testament scholar Bart Ehrman and textual critic, who's an atheist, says if he were to put Acts in a room to hammer out the consensus statement on whether they think the original text of the New Testament probably looked like, there would be very points of disagreement, maybe 1 or 2 dozen places with the traditional position. The position I argue for in most quoting Jesus does not actually stand at all odds with the traditional Christian position, that the essential Christian beliefs are not affected by textual variants in the manuscripts as they are transitioning. We have these 2 major events, the cross at 30 AD, and we have the temple at being destroyed at 70 AD. No historical scholar denies these other facts as well. Speaking about the denial of Jerusalem being destroyed, these are facts that no historical anybody with any accredited degree would deny, that the temple is destroyed in 70 AD and that the Jesus Christ was crucified in 30 or around 30 AD under Pontius Pilate. As we looked at earlier, we see that Paul is being killed around 60 AD. We have James being killed around 65, 50 AD, something like this. And so with the main authors of the of Acts being James and Paul, Acts is ending with Paul alive, still in a holding cell in Rome, and James is still alive as well. So it's obvious from these simple things that we see that that Acts, it was written before Paul had died, and there in the entire New Testament there is no mention of the temple destruction at all, which tells us that it's before that the temple was destroyed and Jerusalem was destroyed, before these events and not after. It's a historically verifiable fact that Rome, that Jerusalem was destroyed in 75 AD. We also have creeds like this. 1 Corinthians, delivered as a historical statement. For I delivered to you as a first importance what I have also received, that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he was raised on the 3rd day in accordance with the scriptures. 1 Corinthians 15, 3 and 4. What's my time looking like? This is so tough to tell without being able to see my time. Let's see.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
1 minute, 30 seconds. All right, cool. I'm going to just come over here. Let's see. I need to delete this. Okay. Having a bunch of technical difficulties, y'all. First time trying this. Really, really out of the box. But I did want to touch on the anybody who is unbiased, who is trying to determine the historicity of these events. It's wise to, if you're using textual criticism, if no scholar would say that you don't use the actual source documents and that you can't learn real history from these documents. Every historian worth their salt uses the New Testament, and we actually use the New Testament to do archaeology. That's the main book like that archaeologists use in order to do archaeology. So I would say that if you are watching this and you have come to the conclusion that that Jesus Christ was not a historical person, or these radical mythological claims about the the events, and you haven't examined the textual criticism, how far are the documents away from the time of events, the fact that we have a resurrection being present in the right after the events of the crucifixion. Also, how can we explain Jews changing their religion rapidly from one of worshiping in the temple and doing things like that to one of
Timer.
being a
We're there.
resurrection religion?
We're done. We're done. Yeah.
All good.
I guess y'all couldn't hear me when I said time, but
Nah, I can't hear nothing, bro.
yeah, it was time. Yeah,
It's
good
all good.
job,
I mean,
bro.
we not tripping, bro. We not tripping on the time. Just give them a 2-minute warning, and then let them know when you're done. That's why I'm watching the time. That's why I pulled you up. That's why I told you, brother, just put your timer on. When he say I got it set just like him. When he say go, I hit my timer. So now
and when he's having technical difficulties, I do give him a chance to get himself together when you're trying to get yourself on the screen. So I did pause the clock when you're trying to get yourself, screen together or whatever. So just let us know if you're trying to get something together on the screen. We can pause the time and get it when you get it up.
Okay.
We'll turn it back on. Okay. But
Yeah.
but you still can't. You're gonna have to stop talking though. You're just gonna have to get your screen back together and then go back to your discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you having some technical difficulties, let us know. We'll pause it, and then you just get it together, and then we'll unpause you. So we being lenient because it's it's everybody.
Yeah,
first
definitely. It's definitely this is the first time I'm still very grateful for y'all having, and I would actually I would prefer if we were to even try doing something like this even more in the future, man. While we have these
this we're gonna keep this going, and we can come to your platform next time. But this is something we're gonna be doing, brother. This is something we're gonna be doing. So it's new for us, but by next time we'll be a lot more polished. So now what we want to do is we're gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna do my 2-minute rebuttal, and so P, you just let me know.
Okay.
My fault.
2 minutes.
Yeah, wait, give me a second to I'm hitting all kind of wrong buttons and shit. All right, let me pull the brother Ronnie down, and then let me set my thing real quick.
So this for 2 minutes.
Yep, this would be for the 2 minutes. So let me know when it's ready.
Okay, then, I'm ready. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're going to address a couple things. First of all, he said Pontius Pilate. So, and I warned you, if you were still going to want to use Pontius Pilate later. Now, for most of us, I would like to think the reason why you're trying to stand on this Jesus thing, because we're of the mind that Jesus was a melanated brother. So, therefore, if that's what we're doing, then here's what Pontius Pilate said about Jesus. Let me see. This I could easily have suspected. So great was the difference between him and those who were listening to him. His colored hair and beard gave to his appearance a celestial aspect. He appeared to be about 30 years of age. Never have I seen a sweeter, more serene countenance. So when you get to the description of Pontius Pilate describes Jesus as a white man and says he's not the same color as everybody else. So Pontius Pilate's description to a lot of scholars have been suspect because they know that Jesus was not that color. So I don't know if we want to use him. Now, you said something about Paul also. We have to be precise because theologians 1, Corinthians 1, Corinthians 2, Philippians, Galatians, Philemon, and Romans are those that people say, okay, probably. But the second Galatians, Ephesians, Timothy 1, Timothy 2, and Titus are all suspect. So this is not, when you're dealing with Paul, you keep saying what scholars in academia do and don't accept. A lot of scholars in academia question the authenticity of Paul, just like a lot of scholars in academia question the authenticity of the disciples, especially Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We have 4 different writers. See, when you talk about biblical scripture, you would lead people to believe that this was all being written at the same time by like-minded people. No, you have completely different writers from completely different eras. And I think he may be being a bit disingenuous when he says only 40 years later. A generation in ancient times was 38 years. So you're talking about a generation or 2 away from Jesus. That's a long time back then. And now we have to question a lot of the scholars and contemporary writers, because you said, and you use something, one more thing. You used Titus and Josephus. Okay, well, I'm going to get real deep into Titus and Josephus a little bit later, and we do understand when Josephus predicted the Messiah, he was predicting it to be Titus or Vespasian. Josephus was predicting the Messiah to be Vespasian. So, and he wrote the Messiah as being Vespasian. So did a lot of people from that era. So it's a lot of things we have to be careful with. And I would never deny that the Jewish temple got knocked down. But once again, you use Josephus. According to Josephus, the Jewish temple got knocked down because it was prophesied to be knocked down because Vespasian was the prophesied Messiah, according to Josephus. So I'll land with that. All right.
Yeah, I don't think nobody can hear me when I'm down.
Yo.
Yeah, I don't think nobody can hear me when I'm down.
So I'm gonna have to we're gonna have to leave you up, because when you up there, you're not in the way. You off to the side like this. So we just gonna start leaving you up there.
Okay.
So now that was my rebuttal. Now this is your round 2, and this time we're gonna leave P up here, and then I also see your this time we're gonna leave you up here, and I'm just gonna get out of the way, and then y'all can still do what y'all need to do.
Okay. So now what's this round? What are we going?
How long is this?
You talking?
This round.
How long is this round?
He get another 10 minutes.
Okay, another 10. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
let me set this timer for y'all real quick. 10 minutes. Okay. I'm ready when you are.
All right. Okay.
You get set up. Let you get time to set up.
Yeah, let me get it right. Get it tight. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's get it.
Okay, you ready? Let me get this timer back up. So we had 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We had all the technical difficulties, so we just gonna freestyle a lot of. Let's just talk about what the facts are. Before we begin, we have to look at what the best evidences are for what we have and how do we actually analyze these things. Propaganda and revisionism is real. YouTube can be good, but even if you have to develop a system for qualifying the credibility of your information. Once upon a time, we called that wisdom. I would think it'd be unwise for us to allow our trauma to color our perceptions or to differ or not be able to differentiate between Christianity and colonialism, and then with unbiased vision be able to examine the historical.
Hey, 1,000 apologies. I'm tweaking, bro. I never even did my round.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I was wondering. You just
I never even did my round. Somebody just said something like, "Where's your round at?"
It's whatever, man. It's whatever, bro.
Yeah, it is. It is your round.
Yeah, I mean this, bro. Here's the thing. We both got PowerPoints up. I can't add nothing or take nothing away, so I can't dibble dabble in your information. I have 100 slides. Trust me, I got 7 rounds. Ain't nothing I'm doing gonna take from nothing you doing. But I'm just rocking, bro. After the rebuttal, it threw me off. So somebody in the comment section said something. I would have let you kept going. I wasn't even thinking, but we not trying to play no fuddy-duddy or play no games. Everything is in working order. You can pull your slides up. You can be heard.
What you talking about?
Right, just let us know.
Go ahead and rock out, man.
Yeah, that was on me. So I'm gonna let me get my and I do apologize. That was on me. I'm just caught up in a moment. My fault. So let me get my opening round and then you get to rebuttal me. So
okay. Let me know when y'all ready.
So we'll do that. So I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Once again, I apologize. I'm gonna pull you down and then we can get it popping. All right, P. So hold on. Let me synchronize with you on the time. And then when you say go, we can rock.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We live.
All right. So, was there a historical resurrection of a man named Jesus? The first thing I'm gonna do is bring to your attention I'm gonna use scripture this first round. I'm gonna use a lot of scripture because that's important. It says Revelations chapter 22, 18 and 19. Warn everyone who hears the prophetic words in this book. If anyone adds to them, God will add to him the plagues described in this book. 19. And if anyone takes away from the words in this prophetic book, God will take away from his share in the tree of life and in the holy city. Now, this is ironic because this comes from Revelations, and Revelations was added to the book. So I don't know how you're saying you can't add to the book when the scripture that's telling you not to add to the book was added to the book. So that was just a fun fact. But let's get it. Now, you quoted Bart Ehrman, so let's use a little bit of Bart. Bart Ehrman, Jesus Before the Gospels. The first thing to emphasize about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is that all 4 are completely anonymous. The authors never indicate who they are. They never name themselves. They never give any direct personal identification of any kind whatsoever, meaning we don't know who these guys are. Now, composition. Like the rest of the New Testament, the 4 Gospels were written in Greek. The Gospel of Mark probably dates around 66 to 70 AD. Matthew and Luke around 85 to 90 AD. John 90 to 110 AD. What this means is we got 4 unanimous guys that wrote the Gospels at least 20 years, 30 years apart, and we don't know who they are. How credible is that? So now back to the scripture. But we're going to use Mark 15:43 through 45. Joseph of Arimathea, an honorable counselor, which also waited for the kingdom of God, came and went boldly unto Pilate and craved the body of Jesus. And Pilate marveled if he were already dead. And calling unto him the centurion, he asked him whether he had been any while dead. And when he knew it of the centurion, he gave the body to Joseph. Mark 16. And when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of James, and Salome had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the first day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre at the rising of the sun. And they said amongst themselves, who shall roll away the stone of the door? They got all the way there and then thought, wait a minute, how are we going to get in? That's weird. And they looked, they saw that the stone was rolled away, for it was very great. And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting at the right side, clothed in a white garment, and they were frightened. Wait, oops, my fault. And dang it. And, okay. And they were frightened. And he said unto them, be not affrighted. Ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold the place where they laid him. But go your way. Tell his disciples Peter, and they goeth before into Galilee. There shall ye see him, as he said unto you. And they went out quickly and fled from the sepulchre, for they trembled and were amazed. Neither said they anything to any man, for they were afraid. Now, Mark is the first gospel, and it says they said nothing to no one. So now, what we're going to find out is Mark 16, 19 to 20, originally part of the Gospels. No. So this was added on. This part right here, this part that's highlighted, this was not originally there. So the original Gospel of Mark started right there where Mary ran out the temple and didn't tell nobody. So how do we know the rest of the story if they left and didn't tell anybody? Because Mark was an add-on. Now, we're going to go back to your boy Bart Ehrman because I know you like him. In considering whether Jesus was buried on the day of his death, does it matter what Roman typical practices were? Or should these just be overlooked, not taken into consideration? In addition to the rather general considerations I have given in my previous post for calling into question the ideal that Jesus received a decent burial by Joseph of Arimathea, there are three more specific reasons for doubting the tradition of Jesus receiving a decent burial. Now, Roman practices of crucifixion. Sometimes Christian apologists argue that Jesus had to be taken off the cross before sunset Friday because the next day was Sabbath and it was against Jewish law, or at least Jewish sensitivities, to allow a person to remain on the cross during the Sabbath. Unfortunately, the historical record suggests just the opposite. It was not Jews who killed Jesus, and so they had no say about when he would be taken down from the cross. Moreover, the Romans who did crucify him had no concern to obey Jewish law and virtually no concern about Jewish sensitivities. Quite the contrary. When it came to crucifying criminals, in this case, someone charged with crimes against the state, there was regularly no mercy and no concern for any sensitivities. The whole point in crucifixion is to humiliate. So if we're going to be sensitive about your spiritual practice, we don't give you a humiliation ritual. Now, something else. The Romans buried the poorest citizens and enslaved people into mass graves called potter's fields. Burials clubs help people afford ceremonies through monthly fees. Ancient Romans buried wealthy citizens in tombs, many of which were very elaborate. Their heirs of the deceased built the tombs. So in order for Joseph of Arimathea to have a tomb for Jesus, he would have had to know Jesus was going to be crucified and had the temple already ready. Then he would have had to know Pontius Pilate was going to say yes, which makes no sense. Now, let's go to what John said. Wait, hold on. John, when Jesus therefore had received the vinegar, he said it is finished. He bowed his head and he gave up the ghost. Now, let's just go past it. Then came the soldiers and brake the legs first, and the other which was crucified with him. But they came to Jesus and saw that he was dead already. They broke not his legs. But one of the soldiers with the spear pierced his side, and forthwith came there out blood and water. Now, it's for us to know that that's called the Holy Lance. There are 4 relics of the Holy Lance, and the Vatican does not claim authenticity of any of them. So we don't have a Holy Lance. Now, So this thing about Jesus getting stabbed, we don't have any evidence of that, of this so-called spear.
2-minute warning.
Okay, perfect, because here's the gem. John 20:11-18. Mary stood with the sepulchre weeping. As she wept, she stood down and looked into the sepulchre. She seeth two angels with white sitting, one at the end, the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain. And they say unto her, Woman, why is thou weepest thou? She saith to them, Because thou have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they have led him. And when she had thus said, she turned herself back and saw Jesus standing, and knew not that it was Jesus. Jesus saith unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou? She supposing him to be the gardener, saith to him, Sir, if thou have done him hence, tell me where thou laid him. I will take him away. Jesus said unto her, she turned herself and said unto him, Rabbi, which is to say, Master. Jesus said unto her, Touch me not, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren and say unto them, I have ascended to my Father and to my God. So basically, he told her, don't touch me because I have not ascended, but go lie and tell the disciples I have. Now, Cambridge Dictionary, meaning of ascension in English, Cambridge Dictionary. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Damn it. Oh, fuck. Okay, the process of going up from earth to heaven, especially the process of Jesus Christ going up to heaven after his death and resurrection. So according to Jesus, he did not ascend and he did not go to heaven, but go lie and tell the disciples I have. So out of his own mouth, he did not die and get resurrected because he didn't die. That's what he said anyway. And he says, I will be just like Jonas was in the belly of the whale for 3 days. And Jonas was in the belly for 3 days and didn't die. I'm done. All right. Bring the brother back up. Get mine up out of there. And so now you can have your rebuttal.
Yo. All right. We gonna hit a rebuttal. All right. That was cool. That was very cool. Bringing up different things, but the main thing that we noticed is that you said a couple things. You said at first you said that Mark was added on, which has nothing to do with any of the points that I brought up that actually matters. Talking about Bart Ehrman, referring to Bart Ehrman, we're talking about the historical facts that I initially brought up. That's the basis for the claims that I was making. 4 historical facts that no scholar disagrees with. One being that the tomb was empty. Another one being that that on separate occasions, different individuals and groups saw appearances of Jesus alive after his death, namely James, the brother of Jesus, who was not a believer, as we see according to the Gospels. In the Gospels, we see James not a follower, and then after something transformative changes James around to want to all of a sudden serve Jesus Christ. Now, I don't know if anybody knew, anybody out here, brother thinks that they're God, but I know that I wouldn't be trying to serve my brother if he claimed that he was God. What could make a person like James, who is documented extra biblically that he went on to die for believing in Jesus Christ? I believe this might be in Josephus or Tacitus, one or the other, who you have claimed are not valuable sources, but you have not brought up any reason to determine why they're invaluable, except your own personal predisposition. The fact is that we do have another historical fact that no historian worth their salt disagrees with, is that you haven't addressed, is that Jesus' tomb was found empty by a group of his women followers. This is another attested to fact. Bart Ehrman, no New Testament scholar disagrees with this fact. That includes atheists, Christians, liberals, conservatives. Nobody. You would get laughed out of the university to do that. Mythological ideas of Jesus aren't even accepted in scholarship. They're common among laymen, common among Instagram scholars and such, but these things aren't even accepted. The fourth fact is that the original disciples, this is what historians accept, atheist ones, came to believe in the resurrection despite every disposition to the contrary, and not only disciples but enemies alike. So you bring up the argument that Jesus was not dead. This is what as if these are arguments that deal with these facts. These don't even address the historical facts that I'm dealing with, especially namely number 4, that the original disciples, like Bart Ehrman or any of these skeptical critics would agree, the original disciples came to believe in the resurrection. Bart Ehrman will say that they did believe that Jesus was resurrected, but he would not say that he believed that he was resurrected. Bart Ehrman's an atheist. He wouldn't claim to accept the idea of a resurrection or anything like that. But even he is willing to accept and say, yes, they did believe that they saw Jesus Christ resurrected.
That's your 2 minutes, brother. Now you
Okay,
can get
that's 2
into your
minutes.
delivery.
So now we
So-
can keep going
Yeah,
to
now I'm finna get back out of here. Set the timer, and then you can get into your round.
and that's 10, right?
Yep.
That's
10 minutes. And so let me get out. Tell me when you're ready.
All right. Hold on, let's 1 sec. Gather a couple things. All right. Boom. My bad. Okay. 1 sec, y'all. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get it.
All right. So
We got 10 minutes about to be on the clock, right? Okay.
my timer say 10. Shit. The timer say 10 until P get back. And you don't see me hit start.
Okay.
When you ready.
All right. And let's wait, where is it? Okay. Hold on 1 sec. Okay. Let's get it. Let's go.
All right. Time. Wait. There we go.
Okay. Reiterating what I had brought up in the beginning, and I believe that this is an important thing to stick on, is how do we even determine what we're looking at? The 2 questions are, what good reasons do we have to believe in the resurrection? What good reasons do we have to doubt the resurrection? Now, it's important to understand that when we're doing textual criticism, as I was talking about earlier, it's a deductive matter. It's a matter that we use to. It's not like science where you put it in a test tube. We can't bring George Washington back here to do the Battle of Waterloo all over again, but we can use the matter of deduction to determine what it is. So like I said, by historical, that which can be used by the techniques, internal consistency. Are there internal contradictions that move away? Is there any biblical manuscript way before we have any new King James version of the Bible? Are there any manuscripts that do not have a Jesus that dies that is crucified, dies, and rises from the dead? No, you don't have any of those things. You might have in the manuscripts, you might have in one manuscript JON, and then in another manuscript we have JOHN, but we never have a change that there was never a resurrection of Jesus. Literary style. We went through those things earlier, and we talked about how we're seeing that this is in history, but we're denying the the authenticity of the claims. The problem is that there is no when you think like this, there is no way of you're not dealing with the action. There's no way to explain the events of the resurrection and what has followed after that, by first of all meaning the spread of Christianity. How would we have gotten Christianity from any other way than in explaining these facts? The resurrection is the only thing that explains why we have thousands of Jews who, after thousands and thousands of years, have been practicing animal sacrifice, all of a sudden are practicing Christ's sacrifice for his what? Because of his resurrection. These things we still have to this day. Where they go all of a sudden from thousands of years believing in binding laws of Moses that you had to believe in, to believing that the law is now moved into the life of the Spirit through Christ, and are passing these things all around the Mediterranean. They go from what is considered would be a strict monotheism, even though there is pluralism, and you can get the Trinity from the Old Testament, but they go to this overt understanding of the Trinity and of Jesus Christ being the Son of God. These Jews who they've been Jews their whole life. They would never change these type of doctrines. What all of a sudden would make them just all of a sudden believe that this man is a part of this triune Godhead? Is because he rose from the dead, and that his claim was authenticated, and that's the only thing that explains the events that follow. We also have the Sabbath. They go from celebrating worshiping on the Sabbath to worshiping Sunday worship to commemorate the time of Jesus' resurrection. Now, we don't have the exact days. These are other types of fallacious arguments that get thrown into these kinds of conversations. Conversations about when Jesus was actually born, but that doesn't actually deal with what we're talking about. That day, we don't know the actual day Jesus was born, but that day was picked in order to commemorate this period of time. And so there's a lot of conflation of things that just that do not have to do with the argument, like Mark having an extra gospel added. This does nothing to the four facts and explaining why we have this sudden burst of energy coming out of Christianity. Where is this resurrection religion coming from? And then more importantly, we have these excruciating deaths. What would make these people go on to believe in this thing so much that they would go on to die for it? We have accounts of Peter being killed in 50 or so AD. We have John being James, the brother of Jesus, being killed around a similar time. And we have all of these creeds. Paul was a persecutor of the church. So you have these people. There's no way to make sense of why these Jews, who had every reason to believe in the opposite, will all of a sudden come to believe in Jesus Christ, especially talking about Paul, who had everything to gain from being a Pharisee, from practicing his religion as he did before, and everything to lose. All of a sudden he gets killed, whipped, scourged, and eventually killed in Rome at the time mentioned, after he wrote his letters. And all this time before that, this is before 60 AD or so, all this time before that, what do we have? We have a dying, crucified, dying, and resurrected Jesus Christ, who's God. Do we have any time for the Council of Nicaea to get involved into changing these doctrines? No, the resurrection already was in the core documents before that. Is there a changing of these things by King James, and that's having to do with this, that created this Jesus Christ? No, that's not what we have. In the New Testament Gospels, we have an eyewitness of several independent source documents giving eyewitness accounts of what they saw and what they expected. That what I brought up about that verse in Luke, where Luke writes in the we have in Luke 3. If I bring it to, let me see, let me go to Luke 3. Luke 3. He starts it off by saying, now in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, Pontius Pilate being governor of Judea, Herod being tetrarch of Galilee, his brother Philip tetrarch of Iturea and the region of Trachonitis, and Lysanias tetrarch of Albany, while Annas and Caiaphas were high priests, the word of John came to Zechariah in the wilderness. None of these things have been addressed. Luke is the number one source document that archaeologists use that has created the impetus for them to even search in certain areas for us to know of these ancient traditions. Luke lists over 85 different places, archaeological verifiable small towns, and he doesn't get any of these things wrong. This is what archaeologists, like, I don't know if anybody knew this, but archaeologists use the Bible to discover things. And and one of the reasons that they know that Luke is so reliable is because of his minute attention to detail. And none of the objections that that the general has presented at all have dealt with the four historical facts that support the resurrection and of Jesus being crucified in the first century under Pontius Pilate. He tried to say that just
2 minutes.
discrediting Pontius Pilate's character, but this has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that all historians agree that Jesus was crucified in the first century under Roman prefect Pontius Pilate. It has nothing to do with the historical fact that on separate occasions, different individuals and groups saw appearances of Jesus alive after his death, and they went on to preach about it. And this is and to this day we have Christianity. The tomb was found empty, buried by Joseph of Arimathea. You brought up something about why we don't believe that it could be Joseph of Arimathea, but it doesn't really hold any water to what we have in the text. What we have in the text is Joseph of Arimathea asking Pontius Pilate to get the body. It doesn't matter if they didn't typically do that. That's what the document reads. We can be skeptical about it for other reasons, but the fact of the matter is that it was a well-known tomb. Everybody knew where it was. The Pharisees knew where it was. The Roman guards knew where it was, which was why it was guarded. And everybody, if they wanted to just get rid of this hoax of these disciples taking this body, all they would have to do if they were the Pharisees is just produce Jesus's body, which they couldn't do because it wasn't there. These are things that are accepted. The original disciples came to believe in the resurrection. There is nothing has been done to deal with that. And so I say that if the resurrection of Jesus Christ, or the disciples and all these people seeing Jesus Christ and then going on to preach that, is the only thing that explains these four historical facts that no scholar disagrees with, atheist, Christian, or otherwise. And if and the general has yet to, and if he does not tear down these four historical facts and in their place bring up something alternative to explain the resurrection, to this point, it's quite clear to see that the resurrection is the best explanation for these facts and the events that follow. It's clear.
Time, good shit, brother. I see you busting. If the general don't explain this shit, that's all right. Okay, so so we're gonna do the 2-minute rebuttal, and then I'm gonna do my second round. But yeah, so I get my 2-minute rebuttal right now, then my second round. But I'm gonna do the 2 minute, stop it, then go to the Same way we did you. So pull you down, and I'm going to start the clock right now. Wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. So let me okay, so let me just start this over. So now y'all see 2 minutes and start. All right, so now you said a couple things. First of all, you said, why does it make a difference about Mark? Because Mark ended with saying she left the tomb and didn't say nothing to anybody. That's where Mark ended. Later on, someone else came in and added. So according to Mark, she left the tomb and didn't tell nobody. So if she left the tomb and didn't tell anybody, there's nothing else to talk about. How do we even know she went to the tomb? If she left the tomb and didn't tell anybody, how the hell do we know she even went to the tomb? That's the first thing. Now, you keep bringing up Josephus, and now you say I didn't deal with it. I did deal with Josephus. Josephus is a Jewish scholar / soldier who was during the first siege of the temple. He flipped sides. Josephus is a fucking turncoat, and he's one of the #1 historians for the area. When Josephus got captured, he's a Jew. He told the Roman general, hey, you know what? You know that prophecy that the Jews got? It's you, my guy. So Vespasian spared Josephus and took him with him. Josephus became not only the #1 writer of that time, he was Jewish, but he was so much of a turncoat, his name became Flavius Josephus. He predicted that Vespasian would take over. Vespasian took over and made dude his #1 orator. So Josephus became a Vespasian. The exact same, he became a family member to the goddamn Romans that abducted him. And he's supposed to be our logical source? All right, that's my 2 minutes. So now, there's a lot. So now, I'm going to start my 10. And really, this is perfect because my whole round deals with everything you just said. So I really didn't even want to do a rebuttal. But we see the 10 minutes right here. Now we're going to start this thing. Wait, let me pull you down. Pull you down. Let me get my damn... And start. All right. So now, you said no dying and resurrecting from anybody else but Jesus. I beg to differ, my friend. And you also said no scholars agree. No top scholars agree. I'm showing you the #1 scholar who's been beating up every Christian apologist for the last 10 years, Dr. Richard Carrier. And if you don't know his name, you shouldn't be in this debate. Now, dying and rising gods. It's pagan, guys. Get over it. Now, here's what we about to do. Here's a whole list of, here's names of gods throughout history that are said to have died and resurrected. Everybody on this list predates Jesus. Now, Osiris, Egyptian, Ethiopian, died, crucified, resurrected 5,000 years before Jesus. Horus, Egyptian, Sudanese, resurrected, died, resurrected 3,000 years before Jesus. Buddha, Indian god, crucified, resurrected 600 years before Jesus. Krishna, crucified, resurrected 900 years before Jesus. Zoroaster, crucified, resurrected 1,000 years before Jesus. Hercules, Greek god, crucified, resurrected 800 years before Jesus. Mithra, and this was a jewel because Alexander the Great was into Mithraism, and you'll see why that's important in a minute. Now, Mithra, 600 years before Jesus, crucified, resurrected. Dionysus, Greek god, crucified, resurrected, 500 years before Jesus. Thamus, Babylonian god, crucified, resurrected, 2,000 years before Jesus. Hermes, crucified, resurrected, 200 years before Jesus. And Adonis, crucified, resurrected, 200 years before Jesus. Now, let's keep it moving. Kings 17:16. And they abandoned all the commandments of the Lord their God and made for themselves metal images, 2 calves they made Asherah and worshiped the host heaven and served Baal. What is Baal worship? Baal, God worshipped in many ancient Middle Eastern communities, especially among the Canaanites. Now, why does that matter? The land known as Canaan was suited in the territory of the southern Levant, which today encompasses Israel, aka Judea, the Jews. Baal's resurrection is reminiscent of a virgin birth. So, before the Jews became the Jews, when they were still Canaanites, they worshiped a God who was a virgin birth God and a resurrected God. Let's keep it moving. Now, let's get to the resurrection of Jesus, which is on Easter, which is Ishtar, an Eastern Christian celebration for resurrected Jesus. The pagan goddess behind the holiday Easter, Astore, is variously depicted by scholars as a fertility goddess. So Easter is for Ishtar, a pagan fertility goddess. Now, let's keep it moving. Ishtar, deemed guilty of excessive pride and defiance by the 7 judges of the underworld, she is struck dead. Ishtar's personal attendant pleads with the gods to bring Ishtar back to life. All of them refuse except Enki, the Lord of the earth, who sends 2 sexy beings to resurrect her after 3 days. Same thing as Jesus. All right, now, this is important. The land of Israel in Hellenistic age. In the summer of 332 BCE, Palestine was conquered by Alexander the Great. Now, Hellenization or Hellenism refers to the spread of Greek culture that had begun after the conquest of Alexander the Great. Just like we were enslaved and kidnapped and put under foreign religion, Alexander was doing the same thing with the Greeks all over the world. And they say Alexander conquered most of the known world. Now, here's something else about Alexander. Remember, he conquered the Jews 1,000 years before your Jesus story. Now let's look at Alexander's story. Alexander the Great was said to be the result of his mother being impregnated by one Zeus's thunderbolts, several Greek demigods. So Alexander was born of a virgin just like Jesus. What a coincidence. And so was Hercules, Dionysus, all those people I just told you. And Romulus, the founder and first king of Rome, was also born of a virgin. What a coincidence. Augustus, the son of the god Apollo, conceived virgin birth. Now, as we've seen, the ideal of a virgin miraculous birth was not new. Modern Christians tend to view the virgin birth as a unique miracle, but to Christ's contemporaries, the phrase born of a virgin was a political statement more than it was a sign of miracle. At the time of Christ's birth, the Roman emperor was said to have been feared by God, fathered by God. At the time of Christ's birth, the Roman emperor was fathered by God. He was said he was sent to the people as a gift to restore peace, bring good news, announce the birth of what angels announced the birth of Jesus. Angels announced the birth of Caesar. He was the bringer of peace, savior, and gospel were terms applied to Caesar before there was ever Jesus born. Now, watch this. The word gospel means in ancient Greece and Rome, the word gospel was a military word that referred to a proclamation of victory by army of battle. So in Greek, the word evangelion literally translated as good news in military victory. Now, the Jews got their ass kicked in all 3 of the wars against Rome. So why would they name the Gospels when they didn't win the military victory. But I tell you who did. The Roman Jewish wars were a series of conflicts. The Roman Empire and Israel rebels. There go all the dates. These were wars that were devastating for Israel, resulting in an immense Jewish casualties, the destruction of Jerusalem and the temples, and the expulsion of the Jews from their homeland. So they got their ass kicked and then called it the Gospels. That doesn't make sense. But if Rome called it the Gospels, that makes a lot of sense. Now, Vespasian and Titus, this is the father, this is the son. This was the generals that Nero, the emperor, called to get rid of the Jews because they was causing too many problems. The first Jewish revolt, Jewish rebellion, Vespasian was dispatched by Roman Emperor Nero to crush the rebellion. And that's exactly what he did. Now look what happened afterwards. Josephus fought against the Romans and led the Jewish forces into Galilee during the first Jewish-Roman war. He surrendered in 67 CE to Vespasian's army. In captivity, Josephus told Vespasian that Jewish messianic prophecies had made reference to Vespasian becoming emperor of Rome. Now, Vespasian from 69 to 79 was ruler. When he died, his son Titus went to the Roman Senate and had him deified. The Roman Senate agreed and made him a god. Now, that would make Titus the son of a god. And when Titus died, his brother went to the Senate and had him deified. So now you have the God and God's son in Rome, and there is no Christianity yet. And they also have the #1 writer from Jewish in the Jewish world. Now, here's the catch. Watch this. Now, later on, you get Flavius Valerius Aurelius Constantine, who just happens to be the cousin of who? The Flavians. So let me get this straight. The Flavian dad is the God, and the Flavian son is God's son. Now, their cousin holds the Council of Nicaea, which officially makes Jesus actually the real deal. So everybody in the hand of making Jesus an actual God is Roman. There are no Jews at the forefront doing anything. The Council of Nicaea was the first council in history of the Christian church that was intended to address the entire body of believers. It was convened by the Emperor Constantine to resolve the controversy of Arianism. And guess what else? In the Constantinian meeting was when they declared Easter an actual holiday. Isn't that a coinky-dink? So you got a whole bloodline of Romans interested in turning things Christian, and they did, and they even gave you Easter. And in the next round, I'm going to show you why. That's my time, and I got 7 seconds left. Up, bring me back up.
Yo.
So now
that was 2 rounds, huh?
Yeah, that was 2 rounds. We got 1 more, but you got your rebuttal, so I'm gonna get out the way.
3 rounds?
Yeah.
I thought it was 2.
No, it wasn't, unless you want to stop it here. But I'm gonna get my 3rd round now, regardless, because it's fire. But we can stop it at 2 if you want to. I mean,
no, we can go ahead. We can go ahead.
I said 3 though.
We can run.
So you can get your rebuttal. I'm gonna shut up and get out the.
Yep. So that was very, very cute, man. That's very, very nice. That was cute how you came, and you brought up, you tried to tie Jesus Christ to mythicism. A very, very argument that's very popular among laymen. No, once again, no historical scholarship. The first thing that I think is very, very important to talk about is you mentioned you tried to, first of all, you never attacked any of the points that I made, the historical arguments, the empty tomb, any of those things. You brought up reasons why they wouldn't the Jew, they would never give the body back. When within the text, it's aware of the uniqueness of that situation, and then the uniqueness of Jesus Christ's ministry and the uproar that he had around the city and all of those things. So he never had there's nothing that's grounding to take away from this resurrection happening way before. And now you said something that's even more fallacious, is you're saying that the first time that this God thing is happening is created by the Romans. But let's start here first. The first thing you said that's hilarious, and I think that it's very important for people to recognize this. You have to be able to, there is a such thing as revisionism that does exist. You have to listen to what if you're listening to this, you have to listen to what I'm saying. Every source that I listed, you can go back and you can screen share, and you can go check those sources and then check their opponents. My interlocutor here said that there were dying and rising gods in the same sense of Jesus Christ that existed before. And then he went on to list a long line of mythological deities. He mentioned Horus, he mentioned Mithra, and a couple other Greek deities. And he used a list talking about what parts of them where they align with Jesus, talking about things like being born of both of them being born of a virgin, or both being crucified. But one thing that I would like for the general to do, and for anybody who's watching this to do, is to actually go and look at the Egyptian sources and get a look at what the actual Egyptian sources say. Don't believe me or what the general says. Actually go to the Egyptian sources. Go to the Book of the Dead, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and then go and see or the contend between Osiris and Horus, and see if it really does talk about the same things. First of all, with the first myth, Horus was not crucified. Doesn't mention that in the sources at all. But it's very popular among laymen. No real historians or any real people who are doing any scholarship would bring up mythology as compare Jesus to mythology. Jesus is very, very clearly socio and culturally placed within the first century, in which there's already a pretext. 2 minutes where there's already
I gave you three. I gave you three, brother.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I gave you three. So
yeah,
so
now
so I'm finna get back down, give you your 10, and then you can rock with your round.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, so let's continue. The general brought up a bunch of sources comparing the Jesus to a bunch of other mythologically rising and dying gods. And I would still hold this challenge. And anybody who is watching this, go and look up the contend of Horus and Osiris yourself and see if Horus was really crucified. He wasn't really crucified. How was Horus killed? He was killed in a contention, and he was resurrected into the underworld. Was this a physical resurrection where he was born again in time and space? No. Was he Isis was not a virgin. In fact, you can see from mythological images of Osiris, of Horus, and you can see the interaction between Isis. I might be mixing the names up, but the one who's comparative to Jesus, there's imagery of procreation between what created Horus, between Osiris. There's no physical copulation that exists in this historical narrative of Jesus Christ. What we have is within a historical document with the closest sources of any other document from historical antiquity. We have people in different places and different times claiming to have seen Jesus Christ risen from the dead, and then they go on to die for those beliefs. This is completely separate from Mithra, from Krishna, from Dionysus. None of these sources, Zeus was, these people weren't crucified. None of them were crucified. None of them were born. The list that's usually brought up is Horus was born of a virgin on Isis on December 25th in a cave. A star in the east announced his birth. He had an earthly father named Seb, which translates to Joseph. 12 disciples. These are Instagram memes, y'all. This is very, very serious. And I believe that even if you want to prove Christianity to be false or prove the resurrection to be false. That is simply not the way to do it. You can, if you can examine from the text and read it and see that these Jews who are reporting a physical bodily resurrection, it's what they're having. Now, I once again, I recommend anybody, because I didn't know that the general was going to bring this, but it's very important that he just was able to come up here, list a bunch of myths from other places and claim that it's the same thing as the historical resurrection that we have in Jesus Christ. We couldn't have anything further from the truth. And I think that it's important for you guys to make sure to go and double check those sources for yourself so that you don't get caught up. With the resurrection of Jesus, we have this seated in a first century Judean context. We have Jews who go on to preach about something that was very contrary to their own beliefs at the time. And we have embarrassing stories that are also there. We have disciples that are fearful, disciples that are cowards. The second fact of history that was never addressed is, or the third, is that the tomb was seen by two women disciples, and we want to. It would be one thing if we were to try to even claim that they were lying about this, but this argument goes so far out of the historical argument as to state things and saying that Romans tried to create Christianity, given the fact that at this time Christianity had already existed long before Rome got involved to create some sort of Christian to create a deity, Jesus Christ. Yes, in the Council of Nicaea, they were discussing the deity of Christ, and it was between Arius and Athanasius actually made a good appearance there, and they were discussing the deity of Christ. But before this, you can see Arius speaking of Christ being divine. The only determination is Arius never says that Jesus Christ was a myth. So the general appeals to Arian things, saying that that Arius was that they created this deity of Christ thing. But when you read Arius's writings, Arius is talking about Jesus Christ being a deity, physically rising from the dead, as in tradition that they have gathered all the way to this point. So Jesus Christ's resurrection as a physical person was already well established hundreds of years before the Council of Nicaea, and to bring that up is just absurd. And that's where I think that that much of these problems happen. It's an idea of, you know, that the Bible was corrupted. You know that the King James rewrote the Bible at the Council of Nicaea. I've heard people who use this line of argumentation say that that the Bible was rewritten by King James at the Council of Nicaea. This doesn't even pay attention to the fact that the council was in 325 and the King James version of the Bible was completed and distributed in 1611. This is the rationale for to deny. It would be one thing to say I don't believe in miracles, like Bart Ehrman would say, a historian, any credible historian would say I don't believe in these miracles. But to go and to I've never heard to try and attribute it to the Romans far after, who were killing Christians all that time. Jesus Christ was killed under Roman authority. Paul was killed in Rome. You have the early church fathers, Ignatius of Antioch, being killed in Rome. And my interlocutor wants us to believe that Rome created Jesus Christ as God to go against Hellenism. He's saying that this is the benefit Hellenism. But what benefit does Hellenism have, which takes Caesar and almost deifies him, and then you take this Christian God and raise him up? That was the main problem. It was easy when you were dealing with paganism, when you dealt with other groups that had different gods and different deities for different things. Rome could just come conquer your nation and then subsume your gods underneath their gods, and you can worship your gods, but you have to worship ours too. But what comes along, this little problem, you have this Christianity that just pops up out of nowhere, and it doesn't subsume its gods. It says, no, I believe that Jesus Christ is God. And many of these disciples go on to die excruciating deaths to maintain that belief, and many of them dying to maintain the belief that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, and that he is God, and that he is Lord. Ignatius of Antioch in the 100s goes to die for making this very claim to a Roman official, saying that I will not bow down to Caesar because Jesus Christ is Lord. And the general wants us to believe that this is made by the Romans, that this benefits the Romans. There are ways to undermine Christianity, but this is just that's not very wise. Dealing with many people who leave Christianity for a lot of different reasons. As a Black person, I myself, I left for my own reasons. Many Black people leave because of the idea of the paintings of the white Jesus. It was brought up a little bit today. Many people leave because of hypocritical Christians. Now, I know nobody's ever seen a hypocritical Christian before. It doesn't even exist, right? And the third being not having questions answered by pastors and Christian leaders and stuff like this. These being some of those questions that need to be answered. But what happens is when if you don't check the positive case for what you have to believe, what you believe in, and then without seeing what the best evidence is or searching history, you just, because you feel these Christians are hypocritical, they don't do right, instead of investigating those ideas, you simply replace it with any piece of information that fills in those blanks. Well, Jesus had to be Jesus was Black, but he's white in all these pictures, so Rome had to do it. But this takes leaps of logic that ignore the fact that nowhere in the historical document in the Gospels does it say that Jesus was white. We can clearly see that these are other people taking Jesus as a part of their own and trying to use them for their own meanings. I would never deny that Christianity has been used for prejudices to use to enslave, but I would refer to a quotation by one of my favorite men, Frederick Douglass, who stated, as he often would, Frederick Douglass would often critique the hypocrisy of American Christianity compared to the true teachings of Jesus. One of his notable quotes addressing this issue is, "I love the pure, peaceable, and impartial Christianity of Christ. I therefore hate the corrupt, slave-holding, women-whipping, cradle-plundering, partial, and hypocritical Christianity of this land." I'm one who I clap my hands at Frederick Douglass, because this is a brilliant man who was able to tell the difference and recognize the difference, but to reconcile his belief and his Blackness to be able to tell the difference between Christianity and colonialism. I don't believe that the general was able to discredit any of the points that I brought up about the historical resurrection, and I believe that that until he does that, then then the resurrection is far more plausible. And bringing up the myth, those rising gods myth, it was I don't think that's wise for the listeners. Go check the sources, guys. Check them for yourself. You're muted. You're muted up.
All right, no, let me start over. I was cooking too. I'm finna start over. They said they couldn't hear me, so my time did not. I'm finna start it right now. Start. Okay, y'all can hear me, right? All right, so now, he said that I didn't. The reason why I used those gods was intentional. Everybody I used was somebody who was a part of conquering the Jews. The Jews spent over 1,000 years as conquered people. So these are the gods of the people who conquered them. So it's very relevant, the people who conquered them and who the gods that they were. So this is why I did that. Can y'all hear me? They keep saying they can't hear me. Can y'all hear me? Okay, all right. So these were the gods of the people who conquered the Jews. That's very, very relevant. Now, y'all keep saying that you keep saying I didn't answer the empty tomb thing. I did answer the empty tomb. Mark is the first of all the gospels. It's the oldest. According to Mark, it ended at 8. There was no 9. It ended when she said they left the tomb and didn't tell nobody. If they didn't tell nobody, then what the hell are we talking about? You keep saying eyewitnesses. You have went 3 rounds and you didn't give us not one source. You gave us Josephus. I ate that alive. You used Tacitus, and I'm going to punish you for that too. So every source you use, I've addressed. Every argument you've made, I've addressed. And now you said nobody uses mythicism. I told you, Dr. Carrier is the #1 Christian apologist slaughterer. And if you don't know him, you shouldn't be in this debate. Now, his whole ideology is mythicism. So you cannot say no top scholars use mythicism for Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is a myth. So how come we can't talk about mythicism? You talking about a dead and rising God. Well, I got some too. How come mine ain't no good and yours are? Time. Now, I'm going to set it up for my 10 minutes. And let me get this together real quick. And there was a... Here, hold on 1 second, y'all. Now, we're about to put this thing to sleep. We're about to put this thing to sleep right now. I'm going to start my time. Okay. I spent a bunch of time telling you what it's not. Now, let me tell you what it really is. Astrotheology. This is religion and astrology. That's what we're talking about. All right, now, let's get it. Do Christians celebrate the spring equinox? Its story is the namesake of the Christian holiday of Easter, which is celebrated around the same time as the spring equinox. And honors the resurrection of Christ. The ancient Greeks and Romans celebrate the spring equinox. Once again, these were the people who conquered the Jews the longest. Before they conquered the Jews, they were celebrating the spring equinox with festivals dedicated to their respective gods and goddesses. The Greek festival Dionysus honored Dionysus, the god of wine and fertility and rebirth. This is why those gods on those lists were irrelevant. Now, did Romans celebrate the spring equinox? Twice a year, once in the spring and in the fall, the number of daylight hours equal the number of nighttime hours. Many ancient cultures celebrated this time with special festivals related to agriculture and fertility, and the Romans were no exceptions. Okay, now, the star in the east is Sirius, the brightest star in the night, which on December 24th aligns with Orion's belt. Okay, now, that's what this is right here. Those 3 stars aligned on Orion's belt are called the 3 kings. Same thing they were called 1,000,000 years ago. Now, the star in the east is Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, which on December 24th aligns with the 3 brightest stars in Orion's belt. These 3 bright stars in Orion's belt are called today what they were called in ancient times, the 3 kings. And the 3 kings and the brightest star Sirius all point to the place of the sunrise on December 25th. The 3 kings follow the star to the east in order this is the sunrise and the birth of the sun. My notes is fucking it up. Hold on, my fault, y'all. All right. There's another very interesting phenomenon that occurs around December 25th on the winter solstice. From the summer solstice to the winter solstice, the days become shorter and colder. And from the perspective of the northern hemisphere, the sun appears to move south and get smaller and more scarce. The shortening of the days and the expiration of the crops when approaching the winter solstice symbolizes the process of death to the ancients. It was the death of the sun. On December 22nd, the sun's demise was fully realized for the sun, having moved south continually for 6 months. Makes it to the lowest point in the sky. Here's a curious thing that occurs. The sun stops moving south, at least perceivably, for 3 days. And during this 3-day pause, the sun resides in the vicinity of the Southern Cross, or the Crux constellation. And after this, on December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree to the north, foreshadowing longer days. This is the death and resurrection of the sun. This is the zodiac cross right here. So this thing in the center is the sun. Wait, my fault. And this is the cross. This is what we're talking about, astrotheology. Now, the zodiac constellations, you got 12 zodiac, 12 months of the year, and coincidentally 12 disciples. Jesus is the sun, S-U-N. Now, who is the sun God in the Bible? Psalms 84:11 identifies God as a sun, clothing him with the metaphor of light in order to identify God as the source of all good. For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. Sol Eviticus. Now watch this. Invincible sun or unconquered sun was the official sun god of the late Roman Empire and the late version of the god Sol. The temple of the sun was a temple in the campus epiquary, whatever, of Rome. It was dedicated to Sol Invictus in December. Now watch this. The common Christian traditional calendar date, the birth of Jesus, December 25th. That date was asserted officially by Pope Julius in 350 AD, another Roman. The sun god was born December 25th. It was said that Mithra, the sun, took birth in the cave on December 25th. Remember, all of those gods he said I shouldn't mention, Mithra was one of them. And Mithra was what Alexander believed in. Now, Jesus Christ and Mithra, both born of a virgin, 12 disciples, performed miracles, dead for 3 days, resurrected. Is Easter a Roman Catholic holiday? For Roman Catholics and other Western branches of Christianity, the tradition of celebrating Easter on the first Sunday following the first moon of spring dates back to the Council of Nicaea when the cousins fixed the thing. So now another Roman gathering putting together something else for Jesus. Do we know these people? Now, here's and I've been showing my sources, nothing but accredited writers and sources the whole time. So I don't know what debate you've been watching, but let's get it. So now, another accredited author, and here go all his accreditations down there. Christians today owe a tremendous debt to the Roman Emperor Constantine. He changed the place of the church in the Roman world, moving it through its own conversion from the prosecuted fringes of the empire's religious landscape to the center of the empire's system of belief. What a coinkydink. He also tackled huge problems with the way Christians understood their community. So a Roman taught Christians how to understand their community. The three most important things the church owed to Constantine were a roadmap for reuniting communities split by persecution, a universal definition of the church's teaching, and a fixed date for the celebration of Easter. Now, isn't this amazing? You see that cute little thing around Jesus' head? Don't that look a lot like this cute little thing that was on the Romans' military garb? This is a military helmet for the Romans, and it's got the red sun, just like you see that yellow sun behind Jesus' head. You got Roman Catholicism, and he's saying that this doesn't make sense. Rome took religion and shifted it. And now you don't have to have a sword and an expensive ass army. All you have to do is have the papacy. This became the new power. Pontius Pilate. Now let's get to some of the stuff you should have got to, since I got some time left. You should have got to Ethiopian Christianity, which I was going to tear a hole in that, so I'm glad you didn't bring it up. What else you should have got to while we got time to kill? Hold on. I got 2 minutes left. Hold on. Eyewitnesses, your 12 apostles. I got accredited Jesus never existed by Kenneth Humphreys. You say nobody in common scholarship has this argument. Jesus never existed. This is an accredited writer and a top scholar, and the book and the teachings went viral, and he got a whole list of why all the disciples ain't right. I ain't gonna waste y'all time, but here go the sources. Y'all can copy that and dig in on your own. You should have brought up Philo. I was gonna tear his ass up too, Pauls. All these people you could have brought up, but you did bring up Tacitus, so let me whoop his ass real quick. Tacitus' historical writings are generally considered some of the most reliable sources for contemporary Roman history, although the accuracy of some information has been called into question. So, okay, now, Cornelius Tacitus was a Roman historian active throughout the reign of the Emperor Trajan. Now, he also was a greedy motherfucker who said he was the governor of Asia, and he said it was a rich province and it was easy to extort their ass. So you got to be careful with these sources that you be bringing up. You should have brought up Ignatius, but as y'all can see, I was ready for his ass too. It's a lot of things you could have brought up, but you didn't. So the bottom line is this right here. This is how Rome consolidated their rule. They went through writers, and the same way that you see our now government with fake media and controlling the media. And if you control the media, you control the narrative. Rome took control of all the propaganda. They moved everything religious and they hid by it. All roads lead to Rome is a slogan for a reason. And you can't find any aspect of Christianity that doesn't have Rome's hands all over it. And I'll land with 6 seconds. All right, now bring this brother back to the stage and take this down, and you can have your 2 minutes and I'll fall back.
All right. Yeah. That was very interesting. Once again, I brought up Josephus. You just having an argument saying that something is incorrect doesn't mean the same thing as actually proving that a source is unreliable. You actually said that Josephus was like the greatest historian at that time, and he does make mention of these events historically, and that still is a fact of it's just a fact. It's you haven't torn down the fact that he says those things and it adds credibility to the Gospels. You just basically saying that you don't like it. You know what I'm saying? But you were saying that I didn't have some sources earlier, so I'm gonna just give you some other sources. Because mythology, when you get into the field of scholarship, mythology is pretty much universally understood to be just not even on the table. You get laughed out of these universities unless you're like individual, like little people that you find all over. But I'm gonna go with the universal scholarship, what everybody is agreeing on. Not what random people are. So let me start it off. We got what do we have? We have a quote from Dr. Bart Ehrman. He says that the view that Jesus existed is held by virtually every expert on the planet. Richard M. Price. I don't think there's any serious historian who doubts the existence of Jesus. Another accredited scholar, Paula Fredrickson. The historical evidence for Jesus of Nazareth is both long established and widespread. Candida Moss, Jesus existed. And you can go look these people up. They're all accredited. and they all have to peer review each other's work. So this guy, whoever this guy is you're bringing up, if they write these things in the academic journals, all of these people who are 98% of all scholars, who all clearly agree that Jesus Christ was a historical person, would laugh that funny type of idea out of the thing. And I don't mean to be insulting when I say that, but I'm saying it is popular among laymen and YouTube scholars. But this the idea that Jesus is actually a myth is not accepted by hardly any of the scholars, maybe a small majority. You're muted.
Oh, my fault. That's the 2 minutes. So now we can do 5-minute closing, and then we can get everybody involved and then do whatever else. So I will fall back and wait, let me give you 5 minutes. All right, whenever you're ready, let me know.
All right. In closing, I first came at this debate establishing why we would be here, that being the search for truth. That truth is something that can be found, and it's something that can be deduced, and we can use the historical process to do that. I then went into explaining what the historical method is, internal consistency, manuscript evidence, and stuff. I then went on to give examples of the manuscript, how the manuscripts were transmitted. I had evidences that showed those manuscripts, and archaeology as well, our archaeological verifiable places, Jerusalem, things like this. I use that to verify how we can deduce what's in these documents. I then went on to list my 4 facts. This is my main argument, that the 4 historical facts that no historian denies worth their salt. 98% of all scholars use this, and as the general mentioned, some of the epistles, but definitely all 4 of the gospels are the things that are included in this consensus, that all listed these 4 facts, that stating that how these people came to believe in Jesus Christ, how that created Christianity and moved it on into the 1st century, way before you're claiming that Rome came here. So I believe that you talked about a lot of different things. Rome, you tried to take down Tacitus, Josephus. All that was evidence that what I said was a fact, and you went to a bunch of different places to not deal with these 4 historical facts that the resurrection is the only best explanation for. And until you are able to, and you haven't built up another set of facts to justify, you've talked about Rome, illusions of Rome taking over and stuff like that, but nothing to ground it. Christianity was against Rome. The martyrs were Christian. Romans, Jesus was killed under Roman authority. Paul, we have long documents. So even if I would have brought up Ignatius, it would have shown that too. Now, the only thing you could do is discredit it, but you haven't dealt with how my 4 facts are the best explanation for the resurrection is the best explanation for the 4 facts and the many facts that come as a consequence of those 4 facts and the events that follow, being the change of worship from one day to another, the theological differences, believing in Jesus as God, the martyrs, the spread of the church. Nothing else explains this than the resurrection, which was in the source documents from the very first day. And so we can not like that. We can say that doesn't make any sense, but I think that it's pretty clear, and all the historians agree. Maybe a few fringe don't, but it's pretty clear that that the resurrection is the best explanation for the events. It might not be something that people like, but it'd be best to, and even if you wanted to prove it wrong, we deal with the document. The document, all the different contradictions, all the different things about who went to the tomb and this and that. It doesn't matter. From the Gospels, matter of fact, just from the epistles, from just a small amount of these sources that we deemed acceptable, you can get you get death, you get Jesus as God, death, deity, and resurrection of Jesus Christ all through it. There's no, that from the very beginning, death, deity, resurrection. This man rose from the dead. He's God. Get killed for it from the very beginning into the 1st century. Rome didn't even really like that, and certainly didn't have anything to do with that. Yes, Christianity did absorb pagan myths and stuff like that, but it's magical like that. It will take what you have, and then it will come to serve Christ and not serve whatever old pagan rituals. I don't know how much time that I have. But that's pretty much that. If the general can't take down those historical facts that all of the people agree on, and he wants to go and pick at contradictions, say that this happened, say that happened, but not deal with those facts and how everybody agree, and then to make statements like Jesus is mythology, and just the list of scholars over and over that I listed, that just like, this is clearly, he's a historical person. He's a historical person. I don't believe in miracles, but of course he's a historical person. Why would we say that? That we would be laughed out of university if we were to try to insinuate something as non-scholarly as Jesus is a myth. We might as well just say that they were all high or something like that. That's better than something like that. And so I think that's pretty much all I have to say, and I'll conclude. Jesus separates himself as a unique individual, and I believe that actually, and to finish it off, this last statement, this actually is very important, because if Jesus did rise from the dead, if he really was who he claimed to be, then he really is God. And whatever the ideas we have about how we came to different conclusions, if we find that those are not correct, then we're missing out on something very beautiful, which is an opportunity to have a relationship with the triune God. And with that, I will close. You're muted again, brother. The triune God, only revealed in Jesus.
I'm gonna get my I got my 5 minutes ready to go. I'm gonna pull you down, then we both can come up. All right, go. Okay, so I don't know what debate this brother been watching, talking about. Brother, you came with like 4 slides in the first round, and we ain't seen this fucking slide since then. You've been freestyling, asserting all type of stuff. You have not showed us any scholars and put statements with scholars until the end. Nobody believes that Jesus isn't historical. And you really being disingenuous, because if you're really into scholarship, you know for a damn fact it is not consented among all scholars that Jesus is real. And it's not consensual that there's a resurrection. If it was, what I've been studying resurrection debates, and the guy who you seem to not know is kicking the shit out of all kind of accredited Christian scholars over the resurrection. So I don't know. A debate is 2 ways. You keep saying I haven't disproven anything you said. I've disproven everything you said. You haven't addressed shit I said, except for you can't bring up mythicism. Fuck all the connection and comparisons I made. Astrotheology. That's not mythicism. That's astrotheology. You can see, you can hear scholars debate it all the time. So we're not gonna play that game. But either way it go. Now, you said I didn't deal with the empty tomb. The hell if I didn't. You said I didn't deal with the eyewitness testimony. What eyewitness testimony have you cited? You said some shit about Paul and the disciples. I spanked the shit out the disciples with my first rebuttal. You still haven't answered the fact that we have and you keep using Bart Ehrman. According to Bart Ehrman, the guy who you keep quoting, he said, we don't know who Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are. That you keep using them. Okay, so if we don't know who they are, then how can we call these accredited sources from 4 anonymous guys? And then how you going to say all scholars agree on that? That's a damn lie. I could show you 5 scholars right now that will blatantly tell you Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we don't know who they are. And at the same time, when you get Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you get them written at different times in different periods. You never addressed that. You said it don't matter. How the hell don't it matter if Mark stopped it and said she left the tomb and didn't tell nobody, and then he comes right back and says Jesus woke up and snatched 7 demons out of her? Wait a minute. What the hell just happened? She ran and left the tomb, never seen Jesus. And then in the very next verse, he woke up tomorrow and snatched 7 demons out of her? You mean to tell me we don't need to know who's the second dude that cares about? Come on, man, stop it. We do not have accuracy with the disciples. You said, what about the 2 women that showed up at the tomb? Who? Show me some accredited sources that say 2 women showed up at a tomb. It doesn't make sense. You got Joseph of Arimathea, but you got Josephus of Arimathea. Josephus, in his diaries, he tells a story about him witnessing a crucifixion. 2 of them died and 1 of them was saved. Coincidentally, that gets put into the Bible later on, and it's Joseph of Arimathea, but his name is Joseph of Arimathea. Come on, man, stop it. It's plenty evidence here. You just choose not to look at it. I'm showing you how Rome had their hand in everything. I'm showing you the documentation. Everything I cited got a credible source at the bottom of it. I've been showing sources for 3 rounds. You've been freestyling for 2.5. So we can't say I'm not showing sources. And at the end of the day, what we have here is politics. I didn't put my argument on mythicism. I put my argument on politics in Rome. And it's funny that everybody involved in this Christ thing is Roman, but you keep saying Rome didn't have nothing to do with it. Then what the fuck makes somebody completely convert? Or is it because he had an empire, Constantine had an empire that was split into 4? Soon as he converted to Christianity, the entire empire was his. How about that? How about, why is Constantine a Flavian? The Flavians is where this shit started at. I've been showing you politics, not mysticism. You just got to keep up, brother. So at the end of the day, what you're looking at is politics. I didn't come to talk about whether Jesus was historical or not. Did he resurrect? No. Come up top. And comment section can rock with us. Anybody can say whatever. Appreciate you for coming on the channel, brother. It took us a minute to get it flowing, but we got it together.
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So that was a good one. I think we both gave the people a lot, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate it. I'm like, since we afterward Q&A, I mean, I don't know what we can do, but I just since I had the time to talk, like,
yeah,
I did not yes, correct. I did not cite a crazy amount of scholars on the screen and the main thing, but I did cite 4. I don't want to have to put it on the screen, but I did cite 4 scholars. I cited.
We can go by one if you want, or if you got questions, we can go back and forth. We can do whatever.
Okay, cool. Like, I cited a couple scholars. I didn't have them all on screen, but some of them were the ones that I just recited again on my phone, right? Like, so arguing for Jesus Christ not being, being a historical person and being crucified. Gerd Luderman, you know what I'm saying? Atheist, New Testament scholar, you know what I'm saying? Accredited, is saying that Jesus' death as a consequence of crucifixion is indisputable. And this is the consensus that we're saying. We're getting these over and over. Like, for instance, we go back to what I have. We have Paula Fred. We have Bart Ehrman. Wait, let's go over here. It's not just Bart Ehrman. We have all these scholars. We have Robert M. Price, who is I'm
familiar with Price.
Yes, American theologian and writer, professor of theology and scriptural studies. You know what I'm saying? We have him also.
Okay, let me say something about Price. Now, I got an interview. I got an interview with Price on Miss Vision where he big ups Joseph Atwill from Caesar's Christ, which is where I got some of my information from. So, like, when you say that, like, I'm in the same circles you in, brother.
I think that it's cool that he big ups him. That's
okay,
cool.
So
but it doesn't have anything to do with that. But he still makes his statement.
What I'm saying is he had no problem with the scholarship.
He disagreed with him. He don't agree with him here. This Robert M. Price agrees that that the view that Jesus existed is held by virtually expert on the planet. So even though he big ups parts of another person's scholarship, that doesn't take away from the fact that this is his statement. This is what he says on that as accredited
Okay, so
scholar.
here's my point. Here's my point. All
But that's
scholars
another one.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. We're going back and forth. All scholars not going to agree, but you were painting the picture as if my ideology was just left field and nobody is in the ballpark. And I'm
98% of the scholars. I never said all. 98%.
You just named a guy who understands the same scholarship that I'm talking about.
But he agrees with the same. Listen, he agrees with the point. I was saying, I made a quote, and I said that all the scholars agree with this statement. And then I listed what the statement is. 1, the view that Jesus existed as a historical person is held virtually by every expert on the planet. Robert M. Price. Boom. 1. 2, I don't think there's any serious historian who doubts the existence of Jesus. Paula Frederickson.
Okay. So now
that's another one.
So hold on for a second.
But I'm not done. But look, so we got Paula Frederickson. If you know Paula Frederickson is an American scholar of religious studies, historian, and author, a professor of the humanities, and she's an atheist as well. But she's just being like, she says, like, I don't think there's any serious historian who doubts the existence of Jesus. And they know because they have peer-reviewed literature, they have to double check that they have to do that. So you can't say that in a group of historians when there's a group of already established facts. So I'll land it by saying
hold on. We got to go back and forth, bro. So now here's my point. Now you just named 3 people. Now I'm going to name 3 accredited scholars. So now here's the thing. What's gonna make your scholars any better than mine?
But what did they say though? What did they say?
Hold on, bro. I didn't cut you off. Just let me finish. You're making it seem as if these scholars you're naming are the end all be all. And what I'm sitting here telling you is I can get you statements from everybody you just named that is basically kissing Richard Carrier's ass. He done whooped all their ass in debates. So what I'm saying is you got your people.
What does that have to do with the validity of this statement?
I have an opposing viewpoint by just as accredited scholars as yours. What do you
mean?
But
what does that have to do with the fact that what I'm saying is you're challenging, I'm saying positive 98% of scholars who are accredited.
You got 3 and I got 3.
Listen, but I also listed their accredit. I listed what they're credited with, what their doctorates are. You see what I'm saying? They have to so if you're willing to list what their scholarship is. But the other thing about it is okay, when I have these 10 scholars, these are 10 scholars of different walks of life. Some of them conservative, some of them liberal, some of them are atheists, some of them are Christian, and there are certain things that none of them don't disagree about. And we could go on and on. I could go to 20, I could list 20, I could go to 30, I could go to 40. But there are certain things that they don't disagree about. They disagree about other things, but one of these. No, not to me. These 4 historical facts that I listed. These 4 historical facts that I listed are the most skeptical facts.
What you're saying is not true.
That these 4 facts are not the ones that are accepted by all skeptics.
What you're saying is
by majority of skeptics.
Accepted by all scholars.
Majority of skeptics.
That's not true, bro. This just you giving us an opinion.
So what is the evidence that you have that I listed a bunch of skeptics who are agreeing with these facts? I said I listed, but so I listed.
Okay, let's do this. Let's go because you're listing scholars who are doing the same research we're doing and giving an opinion. Let's go to the scholars from that era. Let's deal with the scholars from that era.
Wait. We can do that. We can definitely do that, bro. We can definitely do that. Listen, we can
let's deal with Ignatius.
Certainly, we can do this.
Listen,
we can do this.
It's all flawed.
Listen, we can do. Can I speak? Okay, listen, we can do that. We can do that right now. Matter of fact, after this. But the fact of the matter is, my presentation. It doesn't matter what you would have liked my presentation to be centered around. My presentation was based on these 4 historical facts. I'm not finished. I based my presentation on these 4 historical facts, and we can get into the other stuff for sure. But you have not done Now you're saying let's go to the other stuff, but you haven't taken down the fact that these scholars agree that Jesus' death is a consequence of crucifixion. It's indisputable, Gerd Ludeman. You're not taking them down,
brother. We got to go back and forth. You can't just. We got to go back and forth.
Yeah, well, you can take down those scholars.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question, brother? Why is it that all I got to do is prove you wrong? I made points that you have not done shit with, and now you're telling me because 4 people say so, then that means that all scholars believe that. That's bullshit, and that's not how scholarship works. Listen, hold on. You told me don't cut you off, so we got to be respectful. Scholarship works like this right here. We have an audience. People are watching. We lay out facts and citations. They decide what's what. You can't come here and say, because you don't agree with my premise, then that's not scholarship. And all scholars agree that, no, all scholars don't agree.
We're not debating right now.
You said what?
We're not debating right now. My fact was, but not my own words. This was, I listed 4 historical facts because I picked the ones that all of the skeptics agree on, not the ones, these are the ones that only the skeptics will allow you to talk about. And I listed the 4 facts that they accept. They disagree on a bunch of other things, but they don't disagree about these, the skeptical scholars. Then I listed what they say about it. I listed one, they said, Bart Ehrman says one of the most certain facts of history is that Jesus was crucified on orders of the Roman prefect of Judea, Pontius Pilate. Okay, you can say that Bart Ehrman is wrong.
Hold on. Let's deal with that one thing.
I'm not done.
Hold on. Let's just deal with one thing at a time.
But let me land this whole thing. Let me land this because it's the same fact. It's the same fact.
I know, and I dealt with it already. So let me deal with it again because you act like you don't hear me. So hold on for a second.
So are you saying? Let me ask you a question. I didn't ask you a question. No, but I'm gonna let you go. I want to ask you. I'm gonna end by asking you this question. When Paula Fredrickson says the single most solid fact.
I want to deal with Bart Ehrman. We're dealing
with
Bart Ehrman.
No. I'm asking you're pigeonholing me over to Bart Ehrman.
Pigeonholing. You got 4 people.
I'm asking you a question.
One at a time.
Let me ask you a question, bro. This is the point that I'm trying to get across. And then deal with what I'm laying out, and then deal with what I'm trying to say.
No, you deal with what I'm laying out. A debate goes 2 ways. I don't have to prove you. You have to prove me. You haven't addressed shit. But one thing, you said 4 people said so that's it. That's the only thing you got, bro. You haven't laid down a body of evidence that we can walk through to and lead us to a conclusion. All your holding shield is because these guys said so. It's true. But
we're just stuck on it.
Case.
No, we can move on. No, we can move on at any point. First of all, I only asked a question about some of the citations that I listed. We were going back and forth because you like these citations are not right or whatever, blah 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 blah. And that's the only reason we're even talking about this. I have no problem with going into some of the things that I was supposed to address. I just asked the question, and so this isn't even my case. This is just the first thing that I talked about. I talked about these historical facts. I talked about it. You were talking about, okay, I mentioned the empty tomb or the fact that it's omitted in one of the gospels. But my case is on all 4 of the gospels. The tombs are there in the other gospels. And none of the scholars are disagreeing on these facts. These are these 4 historical facts.
Hold on for a second.
Not none of the scholars. 98% do agree.
You can't keep doing it because you don't have, listen. You keep trying to tell us how scholarship works, but all you're doing is talking. If you're going to say 98% of the scholars believe this, you should have had something to prove that that's what you should have had statistical facts and analysis. All you have is these scholars said this, so it must be true. These prominent scholars that I believe are important said it, so it must be true.
What's the percentage of scholars that believe that Jesus Christ
was not how scholarship works. You should have had it laid out in your presentation.
Right. We're after the presentation. I know, bro.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Damn. You don't want me to cut you off, but you ain't let me land not one time. You should have had in your presentation what you have been saying to us the whole time. Now you're going to Google. You should have had accredited scholarship to say, hey, this is the general consensus. Here's how it looks. This is what it is. You don't have that. Now you're saying these guys said so. And so since these guys said so, that's what it is. And what I'm saying is in an argument, you have to lay it out and lead us to a point. You can't just say because they said so. Now, you keep doing something. Every time you answer, I respond to something, you say I didn't respond to it. That's why I stopped you and said, let's deal with Bart Ehrman. You keep saying Bart Ehrman agrees about the resurrection. How the
I didn't
fuck?
say that. I didn't say that. I never said that. Where did I say that? See, that's example right there. That's not none of. I never said that. You just said something I didn't say.
What'd
Now,
you
were
say
you willing to take that back?
What'd you say, Bart? What'd you say about Bart
Are
Ehrman?
you willing to take that back? What did you say? I said you said
What'd
something.
you say about Bart Ehrman, brother?
So you ain't know what I said. Okay. See, Bart Ehrman.
No, bro, I'm not here to
Bart
do all
Ehrman says that Jesus' death as a consequence. He says Bart Ehrman says one of the most certain facts of history is that Jesus was crucified on orders of the Roman prefect of Judea, Pontius Pilate. That's what Bart Ehrman said. Bart Ehrman also says. He says, it's right here. He says, there is no doubt that Jesus existed. That's another thing that Bart Ehrman says. That's two things Bart Ehrman said.
Okay. So now, okay. So I apologize. Now watch this. I apologize for misrepresenting you. Now
I appreciate that. That's much.
Okay. So now, Bart, we're not debating if Jesus was crucified. We're debating if he resurrected. So who gives a fuck if Bart Ehrman says he was crucified? We need proof of the resurrection. That means you were here to prove that a man died for 3 days and came back to life and walked the earth. You did not provide evidence of that today. You did not prove that a man died, was dead for 3 days, came back and walked the earth. That's what we were debating, sir. Not whether he got killed or not whether he was resurrected or not. Me doing that, that's just me building a case, talking about Pontius Pilate, this, that, and the third. I'm building something. I built a political case, not a mysticism case. Your case was mysticism because you had to believe a man died and came back to life. That's mysticism, brother. The whole time you accusing me of something which was your job. Your job was to prove mysticism.
Did you compare them to? Did you say that Jesus Christ was just another example of Osiris? And did you do that? Did you say that?
Not pointedly.
Did you say that?
No, hold on. You asked me a question, brother. You got to let me answer. You can't give me your answer. I named several,
right?
And I gave you the premise of why I did it. Those were conquest nations that have influenced Israel over 1,000 years. That was the whole purpose of me doing it.
Right.
It wasn't
but you
about
did, but you compared them. But you did. Okay, I'll ask you this. Is it true that Jesus Christ, and in your statement, you were saying you're part of you said that Jesus Christ, like these other myths, is another example of these myths? Did you say that?
I'm gonna read to you exactly what I said. I could do that.
I mean, you can do whatever. I mean, if you just tell me what you said. Either way, what did you say? I mean, I remember what you said.
Like
we can
you did and
rewind
be
it.
specific. I'd rather do like you did and be specific, and that's the reason why.
Go ahead, man.
It's the reason why.
Because you said that these other people were crucified. These things, you said these things. So
I know exactly what I said, brother. I'm gonna find it for you.
So my question, I'm gonna just repeat it again, and you can answer whenever you get your information. I'm just to repeat the question again. My question was, did you say, or do you believe? My question is, do you believe, and was it stated?
No, your question
today,
was, did I say?
Did you say? Did you say? Did you say? That in your presentation that that these other myths, and Jesus is one of these, is another example of these myths, and they prove that Jesus Christ isn't different. He's just a myth like the rest of these things.
No, I didn't say that. Here's what I said. Wait, here's what I said. Here are names of gods throughout history that are said to have died and resurrected. That's what I said.
What about the other parts that you were talking about?
I'm making a comparative study on other cultures and their conception of God prior to encountering the Israel, the Jewish people.
Okay, so how does that deal with the fact that according to the source documents, the original disciples came to believe in a physical resurrection?
Because I dealt with that in the first round. Before, see.
That's what I'm looking for.
Hold on, bro.
And it's
Hold
cool.
on.
I just didn't. No,
You
it's
asked
fine.
me
I
a
just didn't think
question.
that I heard you say that, and I'm trying to look for that clarification.
When you ask me a question, you gotta let me answer, because then I'll be forgetting shit, bro.
My bad, bro.
Damn. Oh, see, the thing is, when you're saying that the disciples are eyewitness testimony, then I come through and say, well, one of your sources that you think is a credible source is questioning the credibility of the disciples. So now we have to clean that up. You can't just ignore that. You have, one of your sources said the disciples, we don't know who they are. So this is not a credible source of people that we don't know who they are.
Wait, one of my sources said that?
You've used Bart Ehrman several times. So I purposely went to Bart Ehrman because you think he's a credible source. And
what does the names have to do with the fact that, like, the statement that I brought up in there? I brought up a statement that listed the people that he appeared to. The state, like the statement from within in First Corinthians, I delivered this to you as a first importance, that which I have received, that Jesus Christ rose according to the scriptures, was buried according he and appeared to see. And then I also brought in the 12. You have Cephas, James. I brought up James, the brother of Jesus. I brought up Paul, an enemy. You see what I'm saying?
And I dealt with that. So if you're using the disciples as a source, and then I'm bringing out source material that says we have to question the writers who are claiming to be disciples, because these are people who were not around during those time periods to be proven, and we cannot prove the authorship of who they are. We don't know who they are. And these people are writing in different time periods. Mark is written by two different authors. Mark is not.
I know that they're written at different times, but I listed and I showed the different times that they were written, and I also showed that Corinthians is probably not very well. I mean, I'm just talking to you right now. You know what I'm saying? We're just talking right now as an afterthought.
So what I'm saying is,
so I'm not judging. I know that there are things that I didn't communicate all the way like I should have in the debate. That's not what I'm trying. I'm not trying to
all I'm
re-debate.
We're just going back and forth, brother. So all I'm saying is, everything you're saying, I'm countering, and you're not giving me credit for even. You're saying I didn't even address it. I didn't run from any part of this. So when you brought me the disciples as eyewitness testimony, then I returned with saying, hold on, we have to verify the credibility that these are actually the disciples that actually walk with Jesus. We don't have evidence of that.
I'm trying to understand what that has to do, because the documents are the we don't, even though we don't know, or we're not, or for the sake of it, we don't know. But the thing, like, it's just like we don't know. It's like, how are you differentiating that from other documents of antiquity? Like when we say, when I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I'm just saying, like I could say Plato we don't really know who Plato was. That's just his name. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could say the same thing, but it's just confusing to me, because I'm like, we don't normally engage in that type of hyper skepticism when we deal with documents from antiquity. We just get it. We get a name.
I have contention with that statement, because you're acting as if this is not a topic of whether the disciples are actually existing. It's not genuine. It's not complete consensus that there were disciples of Jesus. That's not accurate. That's not true. You can't
when Bart Ehrman said, I just want to know if you just think that is wrong. So when Bart Ehrman says that the disciples of Jesus had experiences, he don't believe they really rose from the dead, but he says they had experiences, that they saw the risen Jesus, and they had those experiences. You thinking that Bart Ehrman, from gathering from the scholarship, a lot of the things that I did, or maybe things that I have yet to talk about, you claiming that Bart Ehrman is doubting the existence of the disciples in the text when he, like, what are you talking about? Like he's doubting the existence of like nobody's doubting.
No,
Like,
that's not what I said. What I'm
no, I'm
saying,
asking you that.
right? So what I'm saying is this right here. We're talking about verified first century information. Now,
Yes.
what brings us Jesus is the four gospels. Now,
And Corinthians, which came earlier, and we have First Thessalonians, Philemon, and Philippians, and we have the creeds, which are dated at some at 50. Yeah, Corinthians is being written at early
by who?
by Paul. By Paul. And all, and the, like, Bart Ehrman, for instance, when he's mentioning the Pauline letters, is not, and none of the scholars, like, I'm wondering where are the like when they're examining these source documents, they're like, are you saying that Bart Ehrman's wrong when he's saying that these are the Pauline letters? That's like, that's just what we have, they're attributed to these people. But I'm wondering what that has to, what does that have to do with the how these changes of people's experience explains the historical, like the there's a historical fact, like Bart Ehrman says, these people experienced something, like, to where they seen Jesus rise from the dead. And so Bart Ehrman's
Wait.
Bart Ehrman is saying that they believe they seeing Jesus risen from the dead. He's saying they having experiences where they're seeing Jesus risen from the dead. He don't believe he really rose from the dead. But Bart Ehrman doesn't go so far and as skeptical as he is, he's like, yeah, the disciples, they just saw something else. But he's not saying that he's not questioning the reliability of the earliness of the Corinthian creed.
This is why we had reliable first century writers that we go into the writings of. And so, like, we're talking about Bart Ehrman. I brought up one point with Bart Ehrman. And to be honest with you, I think Bart Ehrman, and I'm not alone in this. I think Bart Ehrman's an undercover fucking apologist. So I just use Bart Ehrman because you used him. He's not somebody that I regularly quote or even deal with. So
that's irrelevant to the.
Hold on, bro. God damn. It seems like you're making it like I'm not responding, but every time I open my mouth, you stop me. So I have to be able to say some things. So what we have here is you're making a case without making a case. What you're saying is, because you say these scholars are up to par, then that's what it is. Now we're dealing with an audience that's not guaranteed that they know the scholars that we're speaking of. Our job was to make a case. You have to make a case that a man died and was dead for 3 days and came back and walked the earth. And one of the things you used, you said eyewitness testimony. Okay, now, when you're saying eyewitness testimony, if I'm calling into question if the people that you're saying are eyewitnesses actually existed or are who they say they are, that's a case. That's a question that has to be answered. Maybe in a rebuttal, maybe in a something, but you cannot act like it's not there. And then your go-to move is always, well, the general consensus of all scholars, well, if you have to show that, you can't just say it. So what you're giving us is a lot of your opinion of who you think the top scholars are. And coincidentally, all of these scholars agree with you. Now, I got scholars that agree with me. So it's like,
once again, I said that we're just talking now. We're not in the debate no more. We're not talking about my insufficiency of what I did. I've already said that I'm aware that I didn't make that case. I'm not talking about the debate no more.
We still do.
Huh?
But you're still doing the same thing now. You're asserting that these people that you say are the hierarchy of information, and it still does nothing for me because from my point of view, I'm not sold on the disciples. And so, like, that's where we're gonna keep butting heads at. And then you could say my scholarship is not good, and I could say yours is not good, but I'm not in agreement that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were the disciples.
Do you believe that it's possible to figure out if 99% of the scholars believe?
You said what?
Do you believe that it's possible to find out what 99% of the scholars believe, what the consensus is?
Do I believe it's possible to find out what the consensus is?
Do you believe there is the possible? And then the second question would be, do you believe there is consensus on certain things?
I believe it's going to turn into exactly what we have right now, because if you look it up, you're going to get different things from different sources. So then we would have to go into how credible are the sources that's giving us.
So you don't believe in the consensus?
Outright.
You don't believe there are things that are consensus? I'm trying to figure out if you believe in any consensus or not.
I believe what I'm saying is it's subjective simply because it's going to turn into a source game. So yeah, I believe you can pull up something that's going to say this is what they think. But now we have to look at, okay, where are you getting this information from? So now all I say is give me a credible source that says this is the way it is, and then we go from there. We can't just be opinionated, because then I just give you my opinion. So you have to show me where it says that almost all scholars, Christian or not, believe in a resurrection, because I don't think that's true.
So you think that when, and this is just me asking you personally, so you think when Gerd Luderman says Jesus died as a consequence of crucifixion, when Paula Frederickson said that Jesus Christ was executed by the Roman prefect Pontius Pilate, you believe she's incorrect? When they say that he was crucified, I'm just curious. Like Paula Frederickson, you know what I'm saying? She's an atheist scholar. She says in her works, she says a lot of things, but one of the things that she says is that that Jesus was definitely crucified under Pontius Pilate, but in Jerusalem. He was crucified. Do you think that Paula Frederickson is wrong?
That's not my issue. That's not my issue.
I know it's not your issue. I'm just asking that question right now. I know it's not your issue, bro. Like, totally. I'm just asking that just because we talking. I'm just asking that question because I'm just curious. I'm wondering if you think
but you gotta let me answer the question.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask you a question again because I'm asking a specific question. I'm asking, do you believe that when Paula Frederickson says that Jesus Christ was executed under Roman prefect Pontius Pilate under crucifixion, do you believe she was wrong?
Now, here's my answer.
That's a yes or no, really.
No, it's not a yes or no.
It is a yes or no.
No, it's not. That's not my issue.
I'm asking that question. I'm asking you if yes or no.
Question. Can you allow me to answer the question?
But you're not. If you'll answer my question, because I don't think that you understand the question I'm asking. I'm asking you, and I'm asking you, yes or no. Do you agree or do you not with Paula Frederickson right here?
But I understand it completely, but you can't tell me how to answer it.
I'm just looking for a do you agree or not?
No. You ask me a question. You have to allow me to answer it or not.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes or no? Is she right or not?
No. You have to allow me to answer the question. I'm not going to answer the way you tell me to. Do you want me to answer the question? I'm asking you. Do you want me to answer the question or not, brother?
If you're going to answer a question that I'm
asking, then we can move to something else.
And then make it seem like I'm not asking that question.
I'm not going to answer it your way.
So you can't answer that question. So you can't answer that question.
If you're going to let me, yeah. But if you're going to tell me how to answer it, then no, I'm not going to answer it like that.
Okay. Go ahead. Answer the question how you want to answer it. Do you know what the question I'm asking?
I know exactly what the question is.
Okay.
You're asking me, what does somebody else believe when they wrote about Jesus being crucified? My contention is not with whether Jesus.
No. That's not my question. My question is whether or not you agree with Paula Frederickson when she says that Jesus was crucified with the Roman prefect Pontius Pilate. I'm wondering, do you agree or not?
You ready for me to answer it yet or not? I'm gonna try this again.
Go ahead.
My issue is not whether that happened or not. So that's not what I have many different thoughts about that. Here's the thing. What we're here to discover is, did he die and come back to life? That's the only thing I got smoked with. Whether he was resurrected or not, all of that is irrelevant. I don't believe a man died, came back for 3 days, and walked among the living. That's
right.
What my issue is.
Right. I know, and we're not debating right now. I'm asking.
I understand that. I understand that, but I'm just telling you what my issue is.
Okay, yeah, well, that's cool. I understand the issue, but then that's not a problem because I'm not asking you if somebody was resurrected. I'm asking you a question that has nothing to do with that. I'm asking you if you believe that Paula Fredrickson is wrong when she said that he was crucified. This has nothing to do with resurrection. This is her stating, she's saying that it's a historical fact that Jesus was crucified. I'm asking, do you agree with that? Not if he was risen from the dead. Because the first thing I'm doing is trying to establish these things if they can, my point in the debate was trying to, these are facts that people are saying. So now I'm like, okay, now I'm just curious about with you. I'm wondering, like, when she says this, that this happened, that Jesus was killed by Pontius Pilate, like by crucifixion. I'm wondering if you think very specifically that she is correct or not. And
no,
that doesn't have anything to do with resurrection.
No, I don't believe she's correct.
Okay, cool. That's cool. You don't believe that she's correct. And so that means that you also don't agree with Gerd Luderman when he says that Jesus died, or Bart Ehrman, or any of these scholars. Okay, cool. All right. So why do you not accept these scholars?
Scholarship is a put together. These scholars they take the information and they come up with a thought process. Mm-hmm. My thoughts is that this is a continuation religion, continuing from cultures that have conquered. The reason why I brought up these similarities is the same way you prove evidence, the same way you just said, these consenting scholars all say these things went a certain way. Okay, that's the same thing I'm doing with information. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing these religions. You can't keep conquering people with a belief system. Then 5 conquests later, we see Jesus with the same belief system. And now I have to believe that these conquering cultures that predate Jesus did not influence the Jews. That to me is illogical, because the Jews were conquered by cultures who have this festival that you're calling Easter for Jesus. They were conquered.
Wait, correct me. I don't want to get a little lost. I'm trying to wonder how is that connected to? I'm trying to connect that to why, like, there could be a bunch of reasons why, but why is this scholarship, these sources, when they say this thing, why is that wrong? Like, why is this? Why when they say this, they agree with Jesus dying? Why is that wrong?
You asked me, what do I believe?
Yeah, like, why you
just said, hold on
like,
for a second. You said we done debating. I'm trying to see what you believe. And what I just told you is, it is my opinion that cultures that predate Jesus have influenced the Judean religion. That's what I'm sitting here trying to tell you. The influence has been there from other cultures far before there was a Jesus, far before there was a Christianity. You can date back to, this is why I brought up Hellenism. You go back to, what's the oldest thing? What's the oldest put together manuscript we have? The Septuagint. Where does the Septuagint come from? The Septuagint is a product of Hellenism. So when I look at these,
I'm hearing you. So when you say, I get and correct me. I don't want to jump onto you. So when you say because we have these religious practices continuing further on. Like I'll grant to you, okay. Let's say, okay, you're saying that this is a continuation religion is pulling from other things, and so because it's pulling from these other things, that means that it cannot, that equals that it cannot, that when all these scholars are saying that Jesus was killed by crucifixion, and they're writing down that this happened, and they're saying that the documents are saying that it happened. The fact that this is a religion that's coming from something is the reason why these scholars are wrong when they assert that the historical document is saying these things.
See, this is the game we could play, because once again, you holding all your weight on who you deem to be great scholars. Like I said, I'm
admitting.
Hold on. You can't answer me questions, then don't let me answer. So you keep putting all your weight on these scholars, like these scholars are the end all. I gave you 3 reputable scholars. You say you never heard of them. So I should be looking at you. If you are having a discussion about Christianity and you haven't heard of Richard Carrier, that's like fucking weird as hell to me. But I'm not sitting here looking at you like a Martian. Okay, I named Joseph Atwill. You don't know him. Okay, I'm naming people that's heavy hitters. I gave you somebody with the I gave you scholars in my presentation that got works out that are credited, that are anti-Jesus works. So you're finding scholars that agree with your premise that are reputable scholars. I'm finding reputable scholars that agree with my premise. So all we do is make a case. That's it. There is nothing else.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I get it. So I just thought you were connecting it to being a religion from the past. So that's why, like, I was trying to understand your position.
Right. No, what I'm saying is, I get that, but what I'm saying is, to me, it's.
I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying?
I get it, brother. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this right here. Okay, so if we have Christianity, and now we're talking about, I painted a picture. We're talking about the Jews who used to be Canaanites. Can we agree on that?
The Jews who used to be Canaanites, when we're talking about who?
Hold on. So do you agree that the Jews used to be Canaanites?
I think that I would have to, based on what I know, I would have to agree that at least some Jews are certainly Canaanite. But I don't. Okay. I'm not gonna act like don't presume I know this. Like
no. I'm asking you for a reason. You say you're trying to see where I'm coming from, so I'm asking you for a reason. So now, if the Jews used to be Canaanites, then it would suffice me if I'm going to argue a Jewish religion. I would have to,
because Abraham was a Canaanite, right?
Hold on, just let me make my point real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I would have to study what the Canaanites were into.
Right.
If the Jews were Canaanites, then it would make sense for me to know what the Canaanites were into.
Right.
So this is why I brought up in my presentation, one of the primary Canaanite gods was Baal. Now, this is before God came and Yahweh came and said, hey, these are about to be my people. This is pre that moment. They were studying and worshiping Baal.
Right.
The primary Canaanite deity was Baal. Okay.
Right. I'm aware of that.
Okay. This is a resurrected deity. So before they became, quote unquote, God's chosen people and brought out to the forefront, they were worshiping a god named Baal, who was a resurrected deity.
So what? Okay, cool. That's cool. So when I know what you're talking about. So how, like all of that? Yes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let's just go with that. How does that? I'm really trying to understand how, because I want to know how can I, because if it can make sense, then I can just I can be like, okay, well, then this makes sense. I'll use this thought. This thought makes more sense. So how can I take this knowledge of knowing what you're saying, which I agree? How can I take that and then say, okay, that in these documents we have talking about an individual and we have them being crucified. So I could even say, okay, yeah, what if they did add a lot of stuff onto, to maybe add some polish to Jesus. But I'm wondering where being, the historical attesting of Jesus being crucified, Roman crucifixion, this multiple attested thing, like, and it's just like, okay, well, I see you would say when Tacitus is writing that down, that he's in some way being like, he's like making that up. You would say you would probably say Tacitus is making that up.
No. Okay, so
Okay.
now this is why I said let's get into some of these writers, because when we're dealing with people who are examining the people, the first century and the first and second century, just like we are, I would rather draw my own conclusions, and then we can look and see what other people are saying. So the reason why I said that is this. You brought up Tacitus. Who is Tacitus? See, we throw names around, but we have to look into Tacitus. Who is Tacitus?
Tacitus, as far as my knowledge, is a Roman historian that lived
Okay,
from,
stop
I
right
believe,
there. Stop right there.
66
Stop right
AD
there.
to 120 or so.
From what year to what year?
Like, I think like 660 to, or maybe before that. Let me see. I don't know, but yeah, okay, yeah, he's a Roman historian. Like, I'm familiar with that. Like,
okay, so hold on, so now here's my thing. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so now we got Tacitus. He's a Roman historian. Now,
right.
He's from what year? We say from 56 to 118.
Yep, roughly, yeah.
So,
and he's regarded as one of the, like, you agreed with me on this. He's regarded as one of the greatest Roman historians by modern scholars.
I did that for a reason. Right. You got to look at my claim. I told you, my claim is not mythicism. My claim is politics. So you're asking me, what is all of this? To me, all of this is politics. So now, Tacitus, who am I accusing as the culprits in this crime? I'm accusing Rome. This is a Roman historian. And also, I gave you his viewpoint on people who kind of look like us. They was easy to extort. So this is a guy who is writing during the time period I'm questioning. I'm questioning the Flavian dynasty. Now you're saying this is new information. Look up the Flavians, and one of the first things that will pop up is, did they write the scriptures? All you got to do is look up Flavian's name, and Google will say for you, did they write the scriptures? So what does that mean? That means this is something that has been argued by more than enough people for it to be one of the first things that pops up when you see their name. So now,
because it's the first thing that pops up.
No. What I'm saying is, my point is, this is something that has been looked into quite a bit and discussed among scholars, or it wouldn't pop up when you look it up. So there is a huge discussion on whether the Flavian dynasty is responsible at all for the scriptures. Now you're bringing me a writer during the time period that I'm suggesting is corrupted by the Romans.
A writer in the time period that you're suggesting is corrupted by the Romans.
Just like Josephus. Josephus becomes a Flavian. Why does a Jewish writer become a Flavian? That's the Roman rulership. And then he goes on to write about what?
And how does this go to, how does this deal with the fact that, how do this deal with? So are you saying that Jesus is being, like, the idea that there weren't people before these people who are walking around saying Jesus rose from the dead, like 30 years before that, walking around saying this. You're saying that the idea that when Tacitus or Josephus or whatever is writing down that they got these Christian people who are believing that Jesus is God, you know, and you know, because they say he endured the extreme punishment or whatever. When he's writing that down, you're like you're claiming that he's creating Jesus there.
How about this? Josephus, since we're using Josephus, Josephus says Vespasian is the Messiah. And if we're going into Jewish literature, let's go into some Jewish
but
literature.
Do you think? But my question was, do you think he's creating?
Hold on for a second. Cyrus, hold on, brother. Cyrus the Great is the first Messiah. This is the first Jewish Messiah.
There were plenty of messiahs rising into messiahs, but that doesn't have it. That wasn't anything. What I was just asking. I'm just asking a specific thing. Like I said that Tacitus is writing. You're saying that he's inventing Jesus?
Asked me about Josephus,
and he's inventing him.
You asked me about Josephus, and I answered you.
Is he inventing him?
I didn't say that's not. That's
what I'm asking.
You're trying to make my argument what you want it to be.
No, I can't make you say nothing.
I'm saying specifically what I'm saying, no more, no less. I'm saying Josephus wrote about the Messiah, and in Josephus' writings, he said that the Jews had it wrong. The person who was coming was Vespasian. It was not Jew. It was Vespasian was the deliverer. That's what Josephus wrote. The Messiah was Vespasian. Josephus wrote that.
Okay. What does that have to do with my point about talking about how Tacitus is writing? What does that have to do with the fact that, are you saying that he's creating Jesus? That's what I'm asking one question. Now, I'm curious, trying to figure out an answer, because I'm trying to understand what's going on, so I can understand what they trying to do. And it's like I can't the question that I'm asking answer, because I'm curious. I'm trying to get the question that I'm asking answered.
And what I'm saying to you is my viewpoint is political. Now,
okay, I understand that.
Okay,
now
so
I'm asking you a political question. Now I'm asking you a political question. I'm asking you a political question, which is, now you have you're claiming that Tacitus is colluding with Rome. So I'm wondering, what is Tacitus being conscripted for at this time? Are you insinuating? I'm trying to understand what's happening. I'm just curious.
So let me answer you. So when Vespasian dies, you know his son goes to the Roman Senate and has him become a god. You are aware of this, right?
Vespasian, that's like the Caesar or whatever.
That's who becomes Caesar after Nero. This is
right,
Josephus,
and then you a god when you Caesar. Yeah.
Josephus predicted that Vespasian was the Messiah and would become the Caesar, and this is what happened. So now, once Vespasian becomes emperor and he dies, his son goes to the Roman Senate. This is all historical, and has him deified to a god. So Vespasian, in his death, becomes a god. So that makes his son the son of a god. This is in when you go to, my problem is you have the imperial cult. So the imperial cult, when you look at going from the first Julius Caesar all the way through the Caesars and to the Vespasians, all of their leaders were deified with this same similar story as this Jesus thing.
What's this got to do with the claims?
So either one or two things happen. Either they conflated the story or they made it up. I'm not here to argue whether this dude actually walked or not. I don't believe he got resurrected.
Okay, so so we have a basis. So so you would say that Jesus is a historical person?
I would say Yahshua is, not Jesus Christ. I would say there was a Yahshua.
When I'm talking about Jesus, I'm saying Jesus, which would be in Greek, Jesus Christus, which in the Greek means God's salvation. That translates. for the sake of so I'll tell you this, and you can say whatever you want to say, and you can try and find a Christian who disagrees with me. When I say Jesus Christ, I'm taught that is interchangeable with Yahshua. I call them both oftentimes. Matter of fact, if I look right here, I got the shirt. I call them both. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm clearly able to understand that when I'm reading out these words, Yahshua, I'm saying God's salvation. When I say Jesus Christ, I'm saying God's salvation. I know who I'm talking about. I know the language that it came from.
But
the
there's
thing
a
that I'm
difference.
saying,
But there's a difference.
there's a difference. But what's the difference?
There's a difference.
Well, what's the difference?
Because the Jesus Christ is a Greco-Roman concoction. Now,
what's the difference between him
hold
and
on,
Yeshua?
brother. You can't always. Damn. Let me answer your question. I'm gonna answer you. I believe Jesus Christ is a Greco-Roman concoction. I believe there was a Yahshua, but I don't believe in any of the biblical miracles, and I don't believe he was crucified.
Okay. All right. Cool. So you don't believe he was crucified?
No.
Okay. So because you believe that the evidence for this Greek Hellenism and all of that stuff is it explains Christianity, this idea. I'm wondering, what do you do? And this is the question. All my questions have been around this place. Like, what do you do with like the claim like a Josephus? And I'm just going at this. This is what I can't never get. We can't. It's like there's a barrier around these type of questions, but all questions should be on limits, I would imagine. And if it's just wrong, and it's just wrong. I'm talking about Josephus. Let's see, where was this one when he mentioned.
See, and before you read that, it's like, here's the barrier. You're trying to move me into a space where you keep saying, I'm just asking questions.
I can't move you, bro. I can't do that.
You keep saying, I'm just asking questions, but you're not. You're trying to pull out a point that I've already addressed. You keep bringing up Josephus. I already told you on several different occasions, I think he's a fucking turncoat. This is a Jewish historian that became a Roman family member. He married into the family and changed his last name to Flavian. So now the emperor, who I'm saying is corrupting shit, now has control of the #1 Jewish writer of the time. And you want to keep asking me, what about Josephus? I think he's corrupted and he's doing the bidding of his master, the Flavians, the people who he changed his name to.
And so Tacitus also.
That's the barrier.
And so, okay, so that's another. Now I'm curious because I'm going. Okay, so these guys are writing that Jesus was crucified. So now I'm just wondering. Okay, what are they doing there? What are they trying to do? What's the motive? What are they getting? What are they doing? How are they conquering? What by making this rising Jesus Christ?
This is how they're conquering. You have to get into the Jewish prophecy. What was the Jews' prophecy? They were prophets. They were prophesied to have a warrior that would lead them out of servitude. Jesus came in peace. That is not what was prophesied by the Jews.
No, we have suffering servant. We have prophecies of a suffering servant.
The original Jewish prophecy was of a deliverer, a warrior, a deliverer.
They've had both. And the first time you actually look at the word, when you look at the word Mashiach in the Old Testament, the first time that they're mentioning it, they're talking about the priesthood, and they're talking about actually serving. And it's not a warrior. Actually there's consent. There's a bunch of different ideas about what that is. There are some people who believe in some Jews who believed in two messiahs. There's some Jews who there's been times where Jews have believed in this that there was the suffering servant and they didn't typically think that it was both, but they've had people believe it was a suffering servant. They had people believe that it was a conqueror in the time of the first century. Certainly they believed it was a conqueror, but the idea that it wasn't present in the text is not true.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so we're talking first century Judaism. They're getting their asses handed to them by Rome. They're getting destroyed in war. You're saying those Jews
in 70 AD?
You're saying those Jews were prophesied to have a peaceful Messiah. Their Messiah wasn't somebody that was going to deliver them from Roman servitude. Is that what you're saying?
I said that he was going to be a priest. He was going to fulfill the high priesthood role of going to the temple. The temple language always spoke of sacrificial systems, that the priest is the one who goes and he presents the sacrifice to the tabernacle. And so
Okay.
so there has been high
you
priest literature of sacrifice. Yes.
You answer my question. You answer my question. So why would they have thought Cyrus the Great was a Messiah?
Who?
Huh?
They thought a lot of people were messiahs, bro.
Wait, hold on. I said first. We talking about the first century Jews and before. You said that they were prophesied a priest. So why the first man the Bible calls the Messiah? Why one of the first messiahs that the Jews thought was delivering them was Cyrus the Great?
The same reason that they wanted a king, bro. The same reason that the Jews wanted a king and God never wanted it, because the Jews always have mixed emotions about what it is that they would like their Messiah to be. And the gospel is very clear about this. It states that even the disciples all the way through it were expecting a different type of Messiah. So I have no qualms of saying, yes, of course, that the presupposition of how the Messiah was going to be at that time with Jesus among his disciples and everybody around was that he was going to be a conquering person. He was going to take over Rome. And it's exemplified that he was not that. But that doesn't take away from the fact that
Hold on for a second. If we've been asking, I just want to keep us in the frame. So if there's no general consensus on what type of Messiah was coming, and according to you, there were several Messiahs, then what?
I never said there were several Messiahs. There's several interpretations that people have taken what the Messiah is.
You just said a few minutes ago, you said there's been several Messiahs.
I said some Jewish interpretations have believed in two Messiahs because they're noticing. Because when
I said the first time I brought up Cyrus, you said there have been several Messiahs. Those was your exact words.
And what I mean by that is there have been several people who have claimed to be Messiah. There were many claims.
No, we're talking about who the Jews have claimed to be the Messiah.
They've claimed they got a person who Jews are accepting right now. Bro? They've been having Messiahs. They've been having people claiming to be Messiah all through Jesus' time. They even mention them, and they've had them all through Jesus' time, all the way up until now. They've been plenty of people who've claimed to be the Messiah, and they even mentioned the movements that fizzled out.
So they weren't certain who the Messiah was. So then, when Josephus reports that they got it wrong,
Jesus is the Messiah.
Do what?
They denied Jesus as the Messiah.
So when did he officially become the Messiah, and how did that happen?
According to the historical document, Jesus was claimed to be the Messiah from eternity's past. If you look at the document and what they're claiming that Jesus is the fulfillment of the prophecy, and then they're even more claiming that he was immaculately conceived. I'm just saying what the text says. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not we believe it or not. The text says,
but you're not answering my question. You just said they've been confused about who it is. They thought it was all type of different people. So I'm asking you, at what point did Jesus become official, and how did that happen?
How did they begin to believe that Jesus was?
What made him the official one?
The one? Oh, the fulfilling of the prophecies that nobody else has fulfilled. The fulfilling of over 300 prophecies, which I don't have a problem with listing, and then nobody else fulfilled them. And then he's claiming these things. Yeah. So fulfillment of prophecies. You don't believe in these, but also a part of it is.
I'm just wondering. I'm wondering if it was the fulfillment of prophecies that made him. If it was the fulfillment of prophecies, why did we need 7 council meetings to discuss it? It should have been easy to see. Oh, this is the guy that fulfilled the prophecies. Why did it take 7 council meetings to get Jesus, the Virgin Mary, and the Holy Ghost all into a framework? And then
the council meetings before the Council of Nicaea, the idea of Jesus being Messiah had already been well established. They were discussing the deity of Christ in the earliest documents, and that was discussing whether or not he was
now I'm gonna do you like you did me, brother. Now I'm gonna do you like you did me. You're not answering the questions.
That didn't happen.
You're not answering the question. So I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you again, because maybe you didn't understand the question. You said they weren't sure who he was. They were thought a couple different people was the Messiah. So then I said, okay, what made it official? You said the fulfilling of over 300 prophecies. So if
Not
Jesus,
done. I let there's a criterion.
that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So if he fulfilled over 300 prophecies, what?
Also the miracles that you
Okay.
don't believe in, that I was saying that you don't believe in, that people are attesting to, and the attesting of those things, and the carrying on of the oral tradition of the historical events which turn into the Gospels very, very close in a period of
Okay.
time. You see what I'm saying?
See,
But he does. But
you about to take us somewhere else, and I don't want the crowd, the audience, to get lost in what we're doing right here. So what I'm saying is, he fulfilled over 5,000 prophecies.
300 is what they say.
300. My fault. Misquote. 300 prophecies. I thought you said something else. Okay, 300 prophecies. So, what is the purpose of the Council of Nicaea? Because listen. You have Arianism, and Arian saying this version of Jesus that y'all got is a lie. And now Arian was from Alexandria, and he's attesting that this is not the truth.
But
And
Arian
so now,
believes that. But what Arian believes that he's saying that what they have is a lie. What Arian is believing still goes against what you're saying.
you
Arian
don't know
is
what I'm
believing
saying
in
because you keep cutting me off. It's hard to know
no.
what I'm saying.
I'm going by
If you don't
what
let me get to the
you
point,
have said, which was.
Can I say what I'm saying now, please? Because I'm just trying to ask you something simple. You got 300 attested to miracles. You said because of these 300 miracles, this is what solidifies him as the man. So why do we need a council meeting of everybody to say about the 300 miracles that, according to you, have witness testimony and are attested to?
You show me where this has anything to do with the messiahship. I just stated that he's the Messiah of biblical prophecy because he fulfills Bible prophecy. You're bringing up the deity of Christ, how they're thinking to position. This has nothing to do with him being the Messiah. This has to do with whether or not he is one with the Father, or whether or not he was created by the Father, and what is the Son, and what is the Spirit, and all of that.
If they don't figure this out at the council,
what's this got to do with the Messiah? What's that got to do with the Messiah?
If they don't figure it out at the council of Nicaea, how the fuck he gonna be the Messiah?
What does that got to do with the Messiah?
If they don't figure it out at the council of Nicaea, he doesn't become the Messiah.
He was the Messiah. Show me where they discuss. Show me where they discussed that Jesus was the Messiah.
They discussed the divinity of Jesus. Show me. The council of Nicaea was about the divinity of Jesus.
If you listen to me, you might hear me. I didn't ask about his divinity. I said, show me where. I'm gonna say it again. Show me where. Okay, if you can hear me, show me where in the council of Nicaea, anywhere where they discussed Jesus being the Messiah. Go ahead.
Now, for the 50th fucking time, if they discuss the divinity of Jesus,
you ain't
he's not divine, he's not the Messiah.
What they got to know? The Messiah,
he's not the Messiah. If
no,
he's not divine, he's not the Messiah.
What does that have to do with?
He has to. You said he fulfilled. If he doesn't fulfill all 300 of the prophecies, how the fuck is he the Messiah?
You show me where they're discussing messiahship in the council of Nicaea.
It is him being divine.
Show me where they discuss prophecy, biblical prophecy. Show me where they're discussing that. What does that have to do with messiahship?
Divine part of the prophecy. Yes or
that
no?
hasn't. But that's still
yes or no.
Yes,
is
for
him
sure.
being divine part of the prophecy?
For sure.
Okay, so if him being divine is part of the prophecy, and you said he fulfilled all 300 prophecies, then we need to prove he's divine. If we don't prove it, then he doesn't fulfill all of the prophecy.
Well, all of those people, Arius, who you're talking about, already believed that Jesus did the miracles, rose from the dead, all of that type of stuff. So I don't know what you're argument is, and it's fair, whatever you want to bring up. But you're saying Arius thought that those other guys were alive. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Why are the Romans in power discussing Christianity? How'd that happen? You haven't addressed that.
That's not the question that I had. That no, I answered the first question.
Why did God appoint the filthy Romans to push his doctrine? How'd the Romans get a hold of this?
I will answer that question. I will answer that question. I will answer that question right next. But the point that I was bringing up, you brought up to the Council of Nicaea. The first thing that you brought up was you said that Arius believed that all these other people were lying, that they had something different. I'm telling you, and we can bring up the quotes, which I don't mind doing it. We can do it right now. That Arius believed in a Jesus that did miracles, that rose from the dead, that was divine, and he appealed to traditions prior to him, and I could quote him appealing to the traditions where he got it from and where he got it from before that.
And where
that
did he get it from?
About
where did he get it from?
Jesus rising from the rising from the dead.
Where did he get it from? Where did he get it from?
He's getting it from the same text that they're using. They're using the New Testament Gospels.
Where is Arian from?
I just told you.
Where's he from?
They're using New Testament Gospels and some of the epistles of Paul.
Where is he from? Where's he from?
What does that have to? He's from Ethiopia.
It got everything to do with it, because every time I get to talk
Ethiopia,
politics,
I believe
you go to the bullshit.
But you're not dealing with my.
Where is he from? Can you answer
Ethiopia? I believe. Ethiopia, right?
Where is Arian from?
I know he's African.
He's from
Ethiopia, right?
Alexandria, fucking Egypt, where the Greeks have conquered. Where the Septuagint came from. That's
okay. What does that got to do with him believing that Jesus was the resurrected?
With it, because that's where the religion was conceived at. You don't have anything. You don't have any complete. You don't have anything older than the Septuagint, the Leningrad Codex, and then you got the Septuagint. Who put together the Septuagint? Hellenism. The Septuagint came from Hellenism. Who put it together?
The Septuagint, yeah, the Septuagint, but we also have the Byzantine text as well.
Who can't? Well, hold on. We're going to the
Byzantine text is older. But no, the Byzantine
Christian manuscript.
No, see, and that's the one of those mistakes that you making right there. You're going to the Byzantine text because we discovered that those manuscripts are older. But what you don't realize, what you're not paying attention. What you're not paying attention to is that
I'm not paying attention. I'm trying to make a point, and every time I try to make a point, you start talking.
You ignored the whole thing.
No, I
already rebutted.
I try to make a point,
but you ran away from it.
So now we need to understand because you brought up Arian. So you open that door. So let's walk through it. Bro. He's from Alexandria, Egypt, that was under Hellenism.
Did he believe that Jesus resurrected, bro? Before the council.
He came from Hellenism.
Did he believe in the resurrection before the council or not, bro?
What you said? What
did Arius believe in the resurrection before the council of Nicaea, bro? Exactly, bro. Now we're gonna go somewhere else now.
If you're gonna,
I hope y'all watching this.
You're not going nowhere else. You playing a game like you don't understand politics. He's from a place that was Hellenized. How the fuck you gonna bring that up? He's from the place that I'm accusing.
I asked you, did he believe in the resurrection or not, bro?
He came from Hellenization. Did they teach Hellenization? Did they teach the resurrection and Hellenization?
So how did Paul learn about the resurrection?
Prove there was a Paul.
So we have the writings that's attributed to Paul. We have writings that are attributed to Paul.
Prove there was any other disciples.
We have Paul mentioned in extra biblical texts. We have
now we want to talk about Paul. We were just talking about Arian and Hellenization. So look, we're not going to agree.
Bro, Jesus Christ rising from the dead. You haven't proved that Jesus from Christ hasn't.
You haven't proved much of anything.
So why do we have? Here's the thing. How do we
give me your opinion on what other people say? You haven't proved anything either. So we're going to agree to disagree. And what more can we do, brother? It's 11 o'clock.
Definitely, man. I do hope that you know what I'm saying. I appreciate y'all all being here. I appreciate it. And I mean, what more can I say, man? I just really appreciate. I just pray that you would be able to see these type of things, not just through I understand intimately the lens that you're looking through.
You have to follow politics. You're speaking as a religious person, and you're not looking into the political background in these areas. All you're doing is going off of what scholars say. You're not looking at the political background and formulating your own thought.
Right? No, I am. When I go into the politics. Like, for instance, there's no way to reconcile the fact, like, you're ignoring the political, like, you're talking about politics being pro rising Jesus, but ignore all of the history surrounding how
No, no,
Rome
I
was in
don't.
opposition to
You
that
haven't had an
idea.
answer for Hellenism all night. You haven't responded to Hellenism all night.
It's
How
not
can you
dealing
ignore it?
with the source. It's not dealing
If
with.
you can look at the Black America and see, you can see colonization. How you can't look at colonization in antiquity? It doesn't make sense. You can look at it right now in your life, but you can't see colonization in antiquity.
And just
What was
like then, I can
Hellenization? What
see.
was it? You have to understand what that was. That's very important.
No, I believe that Constantine, like everything you're saying, I believe that Constantine was not great. I don't believe that his
He was a cousin to the people I'm accusing, brother. How you not making
I know, I feel where you're coming from, but what I'm saying is, don't get under the impression that I believe that Constantine is not a bad actor.
But did you hear what I just said? He was a cousin to the people. He's a cousin to the Flavians. How we're not following this? I'm accusing the Flavians of having something salacious to deal with Jesus. And then we fast forward to the cousin who's the person that calls the council meeting that says, this is what we're doing with Jesus. How are we not making this connection?
I'm wondering, how do you know what was added to Jesus? That's the thing. I can't see, I don't see where you're demonstrating how do you know what parts out of the Bible was added or not? Like, you're doing a similar thing like when Muslims do. They claim that something is corrupted, but you can't. I want to know where. That maybe that's for another time.
I've told you what part. I've told you, we have all of the Gospels are add-ons. We have every chapter in the Bible has multiple authors. Like, what are we talking about?
What's that have to do with the fact that the Gospels are presenting a resurrected Jesus in all of it? That doesn't. What does that have to do with that?
No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not.
What do you mean they're not? So there's not a resurrection in everyone.
In all four stories, you're getting something different, and you're getting add-ons. Why?
Is there anyone without? Is there anyone where Jesus is not God?
What about?
Is there anyone where Jesus doesn't resurrect?
Because you're saying something tough.
Is there
anything tough? So let me ask you this.
Where Jesus doesn't resurrect?
So let me ask you this: why does he say, "I have not yet ascended"? That's the one where he didn't resurrect, where he says, I have not yet ascended to my Father, but go lie and say I have. You didn't deal with that.
Where did they lie? Why do you throw things into the text when you're doing your criticism?
He said, I have not yet ascended, but go tell the disciples I have. That's a lie.
Go tell them that I have ascended.
Yes.
Ascended. Not resurrected.
I gave you the scripture and the quote.
Okay.
He says, don't touch me, for I have not yet ascended, but go tell the disciples I have.
So now does that delete is there not a resurrecting Jesus in that document?
How? If I haven't ascended, how am I resurrected?
The ascension, Jesus, after he resurrected, there's two different words. You have the resurrection, this is Christian theology, where he rises back, he appears. After appearing resurrected, then he ascends up to heaven later.
Okay, so how about this? How about in Luke, when he goes to the meal and they looking at him funny, and he says, why y'all looking like that? I'm flesh. I'm alive. Touch me. How can a dead person eat with people and let them touch him? He said, wait, hold on. Let's get a quote. Let's get a direct quote of what he actually says.
Wait, did he actually say that, or is this corrupted?
I'm going to give you the scripture. I'm about to give you the scripture.
But is this part corrupted? Is this scripture corrupted, or is this correct? Now we're talking
about corrupted. So when
I'm asking you, because you're citing it.
It can't be corrupted. But when
so you bringing it up? No, I think it. I'm asking you if you think that what you're about to cite is corrupted or not.
I don't know.
So this correct?
I'm just gonna read you what he said.
Is this correct? Do you believe that this is what they really wrote?
Terrified and affrighted, and supposed that they had seen a spirit. And he said unto them, why are ye troubled? And why do thoughts arise in your hearts? Behold my hands and feet, that it is I myself. Handle me and see. For a spirit have not flesh and bones, as ye see me have. And when he had thus spoken, he showed them his hands and feet. And while they yet believed not for joy and wondered, he said unto them, have ye had any meat? How is a dead spirit going to eat?
No, this is saying that he's physically raised. He's saying, for I am not, he's saying, like, this is, it's so interesting. He's saying, but he's literally there saying, for a spirit does not have, he said, behold, my hands and my feet, that is myself, handle me, like physically touch me. Why? Because a spirit does not have flesh and bones.
Meaning
as
I'm
I
alive.
have.
I'm a living
He's
person.
talking about being physical. He's talking about being physical. He said, look at my hands.
So where's the evidence that he died?
He's saying that this is him after he resurrected. He said, look at my hands and my feet.
Evidence that he actually died.
Bro, what are you what does that have to do with this? Bro, these 4 documents.
The whole point was at the Last Supper, he said, I am finna go prepare a place with my Father. I'm leaving. He said, I'm leaving. So this is leaving. He was supposed to die and ascend. He says, don't touch me. So at first he told her, don't touch. First he said, don't touch me. I haven't ascended, but go tell him I have. Then he gets to the meal and said, hey, go ahead, touch me.
So this verse that you read, okay. So this one right here, this after he after he died, it was crucified.
Do what?
This is in Luke 24. Is this after he was crucified already? Luke 24 that you just quoted. This after he was crucified, right?
Says who? Because according to him, he didn't die and he didn't ascend.
See, all right, bro. There's not enough energy for that, bro. Because you just like says who. So why are you even quoting this right now? You quoting this
because I'm proving a point. The man said why does everybody else say he ascended, but this one says he didn't ascend? The first one said she left the tomb and wasn't supposed to tell nobody. I mean, it was supposed to tell everybody, but she didn't tell nobody. If what she they got to do with nobody, anything? How the fuck do we get the information? Then they switch up and say, "Oh, he, don't touch me." Then it is touch me. I haven't ascended. I mean, like this is
so what?
Different
so what?
Over the time.
Like literally, period. So what? Like none of what you just listed even deals with doesn't take away the fact that you have this resurrection narrative. Now you can just like, and this is why it's getting tiring. You can just now be like, well, I don't know what pages and stuff like that. You can just do that, and that's fine.
Now I'm reading the scripture. That, you want to give your own analogy.
Like if you can't even say
what it says.
You can't even say
what you think it says. I'm reading what it says.
Okay, right. Okay, you reading what it says. Okay, so if you can't even read the book and then know that before the book in this narrative he was crucified, and then you acknowledge that they're writing that, you don't have to believe it's true. But before Luke 24, he goes to his death, he gets crucified, he dies, he's in a tomb, and then he rises from the dead. And then after that, all that, he appears and says, "Look at my hands and my feet, and give me food." And he's eating, showing that he's physically from the dead. And you for some reason can't see.
You're a believer of the faith. You're supposed to believe this bullshit, but that's not what it says.
But right, but
you're a believer of the faith. You're supposed to believe it, but that's not what it says. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
No. I'm not saying you gotta believe it. The
you're
document.
A believer of the faith. That's not what the text says.
I didn't say nobody had to believe it.
Taking it as what it says, and I leave it at that.
Who said you gotta believe it?
I'm leaving it at that. That's not what the text says.
You gotta believe it.
You're putting your own Christian spin on it. What are you talking about? And that's cool. You're a believer.
So you saying you saying I'm saying that I gotta believe? You saying that you think that I'm saying that this
text
need to be believed?
You're saying it is, and I'm gonna end it at that, brother.
You saying I'm saying this need to be believed?
I'm saying the text doesn't say what you're saying it says.
It don't say that
you're making it say that because you're a believer, but that's not what it says. And I've been reading what it says all night.
That is hands and feet.
So
that is hands and feet.
So a guy who's supposed to be dead can't be touched and have dinner with you. That's bullshit. If you believe that bullshit, if you want to, we don't have any eyewitnesses.
Does it say that?
We have the Bible.
Does it say that he was
supposed to be dead and now he's eating dinner?
Okay, so he says it, right?
A guy was supposed to be dead according to you. Now he's eating dinner.
According to what it's saying. I'm not. Why are you thinking about this like I'm a believer? I'm reading the text. You trying to say I'm not saying what it's saying? I'm saying, does this say that the dude rose from that he?
No, it does not say he rose from shit.
No.
Where does it say he rose from the dead?
No. That's not what I'm saying. This is
That's
say
what you just said. It doesn't say
Bro,
anywhere he rose from the
that's a
dead.
mistake. You can't have a mistake, bro. Like it's called like
You can
relax.
tell me about mistakes all night. Stop it. Look, bro.
Yeah, you
we're
can have
not,
mistakes.
we're not gonna reach no closure here.
No, we
You're
not.
reading the text
You
the way
can't
you're
admit
reading
that
it. I'm
this
reading
is
it the way I'm reading it. In my opinion, it doesn't say what you're trying to make it say.
What do you think I'm trying to make it say? You don't even know what I think.
Bro, nowhere in there does it say he died and rose.
I didn't say that. Before this part in the text, did he die? According to the text.
The text doesn't say that.
No, before Luke 24. Was he crucified and died? Before we get to here?
The text doesn't say he was crucified and died. It doesn't say that.
Luke don't mention him being crucified.
It does. You said, does it say he was crucified and died? And I said, no, it doesn't say that.
Luke doesn't. The whole Gospel of Luke don't say that Jesus was crucified and died.
You just said, does it say he was crucified and died? And I'm saying it does not say he was crucified and died. If
before this,
find it for me, but it don't say that.
It doesn't. Okay, bro.
No,
that's it. He says that Jesus wasn't crucified and died in Luke. No, I don't know what to do with that. Y'all can have fun with that one.
It says he took some hyssop and gave up the ghost. Now, when you Google what hyssop was, you can come back to me.
So he's talking. Yeah, when you realize that people don't just hop up off the Roman crosses.
I was going to use that on you too, but we ran out of time.
Like people hop off.
You got to learn what hyssop is. What's hyssop?
Yeah. That people hop off Roman crosses and crucifixion doesn't have 100% out of 100. It doesn't have anything to do.
What did they bring? What did they bring to Jesus the night before?
This guy wants you to believe that hyssop has something to do.
Give him a drink.
This guy wants you to believe that hyssop has anything to do with the fact that
got all kind of shit to do with
a person who has hyssop. And where are they? Where are they? On a Roman cross.
What's hyssop?
On a Roman cross. And so now he wants you to believe.
What's hyssop?
He's talking about hyssop as if that has anything to do with the fact that he's reading in the text.
It got everything to do with it. You don't know what the fuck it is. So you're trying to tell me
it's a bitter wine. It's a vinegar.
Has everybody who ever been on a crucifix died?
It's a vinegar. You who hasn't? Who lived? You show me somebody who lived.
I'm asking you yes or no.
Yeah, I'm asking you if somebody lived. You sounded like somebody did. As far as I've never heard of somebody who lived. Do you know somebody who lived?
Okay, well, you keep quoting Josephus.
Read the writing.
No. Hold on, bro. Read the writings of Josephus, where he talks about, according to him, a real story where he came and was walking home and seen 3 men being crucified. 2 of them died and 1 of them lived. This is in the writings of Josephus, which predate scripture. You quoted him all night, so you should know some of his teachings.
So he says Josephus says,
other than the ones that assist your argument.
I once saw a person, 2 of them lived. He quotes a time where this happens, and then you ignore once again. There was a reason why crucifixion was what it was. There was a reason why it was so feared. There was a reason why it was.
We can agree to disagree. Right, and now I'm gonna go lay my ass down somewhere.
You don't gotta do that, bro, to have your point, bro. You don't have to do stuff like that.
I'm not. It's not. We're gonna keep going back and forth. Every time I make a point, you cut me off. So it's like, if I can't get a point across, what's the point of keep doing this?
That's not the case, bro.
That is the case. You just cut me off again. Bro. You want things to be the way you're saying them, and that's just not a reality.
You don't even believe that, bro.
The reality is,
bro. You saying that
use Josephus correctly. I asked you, do you know anybody that survived the crucifixion? You said no. Then I gave you somebody, and now I'm wrong.
And now he says that what? No.
Why can't I quote him?
Because you say that's fine, bro. But you want
survived the crucifix.
That's
so
fine.
Now, when I
now
ask
you wanna see, but you think, I think you really think that you stating, oh, I heard that somebody, even if he's 100% true, I'm not denying that it's true, but because he's saying that happened, that you're going to ignore that the Romans percent rating on crucifixion, the history of crucifixion, that it was like that if somebody survived, that it was so rare, and so you want to use because it happened. You sound like one of them chicks on Fresh and Fit, dog. Where they be like, I know somebody. Bro, you've done it before already, bro.
So,
I don't think you are a chick. I'll say that. I do not think of you in any type of female way. If that's what you're thinking, I am saying though that it is a using generalizations. But I said female, so I don't want you to even think that I'm trying to play on you in that kind of way. But I am saying that's a generalization. Like, I know of one example of something. Therefore, you prove this other thing. No, that's not how that works.
Back and forth. You keep making points, and I give you some information. You haven't disproven anything I said. You want what you say to be law and what I say to be irrelevant, and that's just not a game I'm willing to play. So what
can you at least admit that you're doing the same thing?
That's what I'm saying is this right here. If you're gonna bring up Josephus, then I got the right to point out inconsistencies in him. If you're going to bring up a certain scripture, I got the right to point out multiple authors and inconsistencies in the scripture.
And I can challenge your rebuttal.
You have to deal with what I'm putting before you.
I can challenge your rebuttal.
So hold on. So when we use Josephus as a source, and then I give you something that says something about the crucifixion, then we're going to say, okay, well, that one instance doesn't matter. Wait a minute. Is Josephus credible in your eyes or not? Because according to him, he has a crucifixion story that predates the one you're talking about.
That's all 100.
But now that's not relevant.
So you saying that one? Okay, so I just want to get you right. You saying that because there is information of a person who survived crucifixion, that means that's how we know that Jesus survived it?
Didn't happen. Then I pointed out an instance where it did happen by a guy who's responsible for giving scriptural accounts.
So that's how we know that he survived it too, huh? That's what you're saying? That's how we know for a fact that he survived.
The guy who's telling you about what's going on in the Bible firsthand is the same guy who works for the fucking people who I'm questioning. You keep ignoring that. Like, oh, that makes no sense. So then this is the game we're going to play. Then you bring up the Constantine, the Council of Nicaea. I point out that he's a fucking cousin of the people I'm accusing. You completely ignore that. So we could play this game where I make connections, you ignore it. You make connections, I ignore it. What are we doing then? It's pointless. You bring up the scripture. I poke holes in it. You say it's irrelevant. So it's like we can agree to disagree, brother. We're not going to see the right side of this.
I don't think that. I never thought that we were, bro. I just enjoy the debate, bro. It's not. It's like I never thought that we were going to switch sides any of this time, bro. Like that's not, you know what I'm saying? And anybody else, anybody who's watching, you can do your own thing. You can see for yourself, man. Double checking and see what's right. Think for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Use your own mind. It was a pleasure being here. Appreciate everybody who is out here who came through. I'm gonna go ahead and dip out. It's getting late. I'm hungry, but
I'm hungry as shit. I'm thirsty as shit. My head hurt. This was beautiful. We men, so we're gonna get contentious and go back and forth, but it was nothing but love, bro.
We've always been like that, bro. I
appreciate you coming through, man. And we probably will go through some more stuff tomorrow. So you're always welcome on the platform, and thanks for coming through, God.
For sure. I'm trying to get on one of the ones where we both agree on the topic, so we could be could be us against.
I had a lot of topics that we agreed on, and you wasn't catching the shows because we got the same viewpoints on like kind of urban America and the hip hop culture and that. And I did a couple shows, and I tagged you. I'm like, this is probably something we'll get on the same side of. So I will make sure that I find stuff where we in the same space and we don't got to bump heads. Because
feel free to keep doing that, bro.
Yeah, you well studied and you think deep, brother. So I don't got no problems with you at all, man.
For sure, man. Y'all have a good one, man. Till next time.
I'm gonna run my thing and get up out of here. So to everybody in the comment section, we appreciate y'all for listening to our bullshit, especially the last hour of us arguing. But but it was dope, and he gave me some shit to think about. Hopefully I gave him some shit to think about, and we'll just keep it moving. So peace to the family.
Peace out, y'all.
Now where's my all right, y'all. That shit was a lot. Woo. So thanks for rocking with us. We out of here, and I see y'all tomorrow in Clubhouse.